Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Dragonkind. In the beginning, when the cosmos itself was young, and the boundaries between dream and reality had yet to solidify, there existed a realm of pure elemental chaos where creation and destruction danced together in an eternal waltz of becoming. From this primordial maelstrom, where fire met ice and earth embraced air in violent union, emerged the first and most magnificent of all creatures, the dragons. Born not of flesh and blood alone, but of the very essence of magic itself, these beings would come to embody both the creative and destructive forces that shaped the multiverse for eons uncounted. The earliest chronicles, inscribed upon tablets of meteoric iron by scholars whose names have been lost to the turning of ages, speak of a time when the material plane was but a thought in the mind of distant gods, and the elemental forces ran wild and unchecked through the void. It was in this epoch of cosmic birth that the first dragon stirred to consciousness, its awakening sending ripples of power across dimensions yet unborn. This primordial awakening was not a gentle thing. It was the roar that announced the birth of legend itself. Unlike the creatures that would later walk the earth on legs of flesh and bone, dragons were conceived in the marriage of pure elemental force and divine will. Each breath they drew was magic given form, each scale upon their hides a crystallization of power that lesser beings could scarcely comprehend. They were, in the truest sense, living manifestations of the forces that governed existence. Fire and ice, lightning and acid, the very breath of creation, and the whisper of entropy made manifest in forms of terrible beauty. The first dragons knew no masters, recognized no gods, for they were themselves divine in nature. They soared through the nascent plains when the world was still soft and malleable, their passage carving rivers through virgin landscapes, and their roars echoing across valleys that had never known the footfall of mortal beings. In those early eons, a single dragon could reshape continents with its will, could call forth mountains from the earth, or level them with equal ease. They were the architects of the early world, though they built not with tools, but with the raw force of their elemental nature. As the ages turned and the cosmos began to settle into the patterns that would govern it for millennia to come, the dragons found themselves divided by forces greater than their own ancient power. The cosmic balance that governs all things demanded equilibrium, and so the dragons were drawn into two great camps that would define their nature for all time. Some found themselves aligned with the forces of order, justice, and protection. These would become known as the metallic dragons, their scales gleaming with the colors of precious metals forged in the hearts of dying stars. Others felt the pull of chaos, destruction, and dominion. These became the chromatic dragons, their hides blazing with the fierce colors of elemental fury. This division was not born of choice or philosophy, but of cosmic necessity. The universe itself demanded that such power be balanced, that creation have its counterpart in destruction, that order face the eternal challenge of chaos. The metallic dragons, touched by divine grace, became guardians and protectors of the cosmic order. Gold dragons emerged as beings of wisdom and divine authority, their very presence a blessing upon the lands they chose to protect. Silver dragons became champions of justice, their noble hearts beating with the rhythm of righteous law. Bronze dragons claimed the coasts and seas, becoming eternal sentinels against the forces that would emerge from the depths. Copper dragons, blessed with wit and humor, became the wise fools whose laughter could turn the tide of darkness. Brass dragons found their calling in the deserts, becoming the keepers of ancient wisdom and the chroniclers of forgotten lore. The chromatic dragons, by contrast, embodied the raw, unrestrained forces of elemental destruction. Red dragons became the tyrants of flame and pride, their very existence a challenge to all who would dare claim dominion over them. Blue dragons claimed the desert storms, becoming lords of lightning and masters of the harsh, unforgiving wastes. Green dragons melted into the deep forests, becoming the whispered terror that lurked in shadowed groves. Black dragons descended into the swamps and marshlands, where they became the corruption that festers in stagnant waters. White dragons, perhaps the most primal of all, remained closest to their elemental origins, embodying the pure, mindless fury of winter itself. Yet even as these great divisions took shape, there remained dragons who belonged to neither camp. The gem dragons, whose crystalline scales reflected not metal or pure element, but the complex interplay of thought and psychic energy. These beings of neutral alignment became the philosophers and observers of Dragonkind, their psionic abilities allowing them to perceive truths that escaped even their metallic and chromatic kin. Crystal dragons mastered both ice and thought, becoming living bridges between the physical and mental realms. Emerald dragons became the historians of the natural world, their memories preserving the chronicles of ages past. Sapphire dragons delved deep beneath the earth, becoming masters of the underground realms and the psionic forces that flowed through the world's bones. Topaz dragons claimed the coastal regions, maintaining their neutrality while observing the eternal struggle between their metallic and chromatic cousins. Amethyst dragons, rarest and most royal of all, embodied perfect balance, their very existence a reminder that even among dragons, neutrality could be a form of supreme power. As the material plane solidified and the first mortal races began to stir to consciousness, the dragons had already established themselves as the dominant force in creation. Their cities, for yes, the ancient dragons built cities of wonder and terror that mortal minds could barely comprehend, rose like jeweled crowns upon the landscape. These were not crude constructions of stone and mortar, but architectural marvels woven from crystallized magic and shaped by draconic will. Spires that pierced the clouds were commonplace, and bridges of solid lightning spanned chasms that yawned like wounds in the earth. In these early ages, dragons lived as gods among the lesser creatures that began to populate the world. They were worshipped by the first primitive societies, who recognized in these mighty beings the power to grant both blessing and devastation with equal ease. Entire civilizations rose and fell at the whim of a single ancient worm, and the early histories of many races are inextricably intertwined with the legends of the dragons who ruled over them. But with great power came the seeds of great tragedy, for the dragons possessed not only the might to reshape the world, but also the pride that would eventually lead to their downfall. As their power grew, so too did their arrogance, and many began to view themselves not merely as divine beings, but as the only beings worthy of existence. This hubris would prove to be the crack in their perfect armor, the flaw that would allow lesser creatures to eventually challenge their supremacy. The ancient dragon civilization reached its zenith in an age when magic flowed as freely as water, when the boundaries between the planes were thin, and when a dragon's word was quite literally law across vast swaths of the multiverse. Their courts were gatherings of beings whose individual power exceeded that of entire kingdoms, whose casual conversations could determine the fate of species yet unborn. They spoke in languages of pure magic, their words carrying such weight that reality itself bent to accommodate their meanings. Yet even at the height of their glory, the seeds of division were taking root. The fundamental split between metallic and chromatic dragons was not merely philosophical. It was a cosmic necessity that would eventually erupt into conflicts that would shake the very foundations of existence. The metallic dragons, guided by their innate nobility, sought to use their power for the protection and guidance of lesser beings. The chromatic dragons, driven by their elemental nature, saw such restraint as weakness and sought instead to claim dominion over all they surveyed. The first great wars between dragons were conflicts that defy mortal comprehension. When ancient worms clashed, the very landscape bore the scars of their battles for millennia afterward. Mountains were reduced to glass by dragon fire, seas boiled away under the fury of their breath weapons, and the sky itself was torn asunder by the beating of their massive wings. These were not mere territorial disputes, but cosmic conflicts between opposing principles made manifest in draconic form. As these primordial wars raged across the plains, something unexpected began to happen. The lesser races, humans, elves, dwarves, and others, began to organize, to learn, and most dangerously of all, to remember. They passed down stories of dragon battles, learned to recognize the signs of draconic presence, and most importantly began to develop tactics and weapons specifically designed to combat dragonkind. What had once been unthinkable, mortals challenging dragons, became first a desperate necessity for survival, then a grim profession, and finally, a source of legend in its own right. The age of dragon dominance began to wane, not through any single catastrophic event, but through the gradual accumulation of countless small defeats and Pyrrhic victories. Each dragon slain by mortal heroes became a lesson learned. Each successful defense against draconic wrath became a tale passed down through generations. The dragons, for all their power and wisdom, had overlooked a fundamental truth, that courage, when combined with determination and knowledge, could overcome even the most overwhelming odds. Yet even as their age of absolute dominance drew to a close, the dragons adapted, evolved, and found new ways to exert their influence upon the world. Some retreated to hidden lairs, where they could amass hoards of treasure and knowledge, becoming living legends that mortals whispered about in taverns and told stories of by firelight. Others learned to work with and through mortal agents, becoming the puppet masters who shaped the course of history from the shadows. Still others embraced their role as both protector and threat, becoming the great neutral forces that could tip the balance of any conflict through their intervention or restraint. The legacy of this dawn age of dragonkind echoes through every subsequent era of history. The fundamental divisions established in those primordial times, metallic versus chromatic, order versus chaos, protection versus domination, continue to define not only dragons themselves, but the entire cosmic balance of the multiverse. Every Dragonborn carries within its blood the memory of those first magnificent beings who emerged from the elemental chaos, and every mortal race bears within its cultural memory the awe and terror of the age when dragons ruled supreme. And so we see that the dawn of dragonkind was not merely the beginning of a species, but the establishment of archetypes that would echo through all of creation. In the rise of the first dragons, we witness the eternal struggle between creation and destruction, between the ordered use of power and its chaotic abuse, between wisdom and pride. Their legacy is written not only in the bloodlines of their descendants, but in the very fabric of reality itself, a reminder that true power always carries within it the seeds of both greatness and downfall. Chapter 2. Bahamut and Tiamat, the Eternal Divide. In the cosmic theater where gods play out their eternal dramas, no conflict burns brighter or cuts deeper than that between siblings who have chosen opposing paths. Such divisions, born not of hatred, but of fundamental philosophical differences about the very nature of existence, create the most tragic and enduring of all rivalries. Tonight we delve into the legend of two dragon deities, whose eternal struggle has shaped not only their own kind, but the moral fabric of the multiverse itself. Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon, and Tiamat, the five-headed Queen of Evil. Long before mortals learned to speak the names of gods, when the cosmos was still young and malleable, there existed two beings of such magnificent power that their very thoughts could reshape reality. Born from the primordial forces that gave rise to all dragonkind, Bahamut and Tiamat were not merely siblings. They were complementary aspects of draconic divinity itself, two halves of a cosmic whole that together represented the full spectrum of what dragons could become. In those earliest days, Before the great schism that would define their eternal enmity, Bahamut and Tiamat worked in harmony to nurture and guide their draconic children. Bahamut, whose scales gleamed with the pure radiance of platinum, touched by starlight, embodied the noble virtues that dragons could aspire to: wisdom tempered by justice, power restrained by compassion, and strength wielded in service of protection. His very presence brought order to the chaotic forces of creation. His breath not one of destruction, but of divine inspiration, that could kindle the spark of nobility in even the darkest heart. Tiamat, in those ancient days, was no less magnificent. Her 5 heads, each a different chromatic hue, represented the full spectrum of draconic elemental power, unified under a single divine will. She was the mother of ambition, the patron of those who dared to reach beyond their station. The goddess who taught that power without the will to use it was meaningless. Her children were the dragons who carved empires from the wilderness, who demanded worship and tribute, who saw themselves as the rightful rulers of all lesser beings. In her original form, this was not evil but necessity. Someone had to teach the young races that power commanded respect, that strength determined hierarchy, that the natural order placed dragons at the apex of creation. The harmony between these 2 divine siblings might have endured for eternity, creating a perfect balance between protection and dominion, between mercy and justice, between the nurturing of civilization and the culling of weakness. But the cosmos has a way of testing even the strongest bonds, and the event that would shatter their unity was as inevitable as it was tragic. The moment of their great schism came during the early days of mortal civilization, when the younger races had begun to organize themselves into kingdoms and empires. A particular mortal kingdom, whose name has been lost to the turning of ages, had grown powerful through the worship and patronage of dragons. This kingdom had achieved a delicate balance. They revered dragons as living gods while maintaining their own dignity and autonomy. They offered tribute without becoming slaves, sought guidance without abandoning their free will. When this kingdom faced annihilation from a force of primordial chaos that threatened to consume all they had built, they called upon their draconic patrons for aid. Both Bahamut and Tiamat heard their pleas, and both felt moved to respond. But their proposed solutions revealed the fundamental philosophical differences that had always lurked beneath the surface of their relationship. Bahamut advocated for direct intervention, descending to the material plane in all his divine glory, to drive back the chaotic forces and preserve the kingdom that had proven worthy of salvation. He saw in these mortals a reflection of the nobility that all beings could achieve given proper guidance and protection. To him, their prayers were not just requests for aid, but validation of the principle that power should serve the greater good. Tiamat, however, saw the situation differently. To her divine perception, the kingdom's crisis was a test, not of their worthiness for salvation, but of their strength and cunning. She proposed that if they were truly worthy of draconic patronage, they would find a way to save themselves, becoming stronger in the process. Direct intervention would rob them of the opportunity to prove their mettle, and would set a dangerous precedent that mortals could rely on divine aid rather than their own strength. The debate between the divine siblings raged across multiple planes of existence, their words carrying such power that reality itself fluctuated with each argument. Other gods paused in their own affairs to witness this cosmic trial, sensing that the outcome would determine not just the fate of a single kingdom, but the fundamental relationship between dragons and all other forms of life. When diplomacy failed to resolve their differences, both deities took action according to their own philosophy. Bahamut manifested on the material plane, his platinum radiance driving back the forces of chaos and inspiring the kingdom's defenders to heroic acts of sacrifice and valor. Under his protection, the mortals fought with the courage of dragons themselves, each warrior becoming a living embodiment of noble purpose. Tiamat, not to be outdone, sent her own champions, powerful chromatic dragons, who offered the kingdom a different path to salvation. They promised immediate victory in exchange for absolute submission, transformation from a free kingdom into a draconic empire where every citizen would serve the glory of their new rulers. To Tiamat, this was not conquest but elevation. These mortals would become part of something greater than their petty human concerns. The kingdom found itself caught between two forms of salvation, each demanding a different price. Those who followed Bahamut's path faced terrible losses but retained their freedom and dignity. Those who accepted Tiamat's offer gained immediate security but surrendered their autonomy. The kingdom split, brother fighting brother, families torn apart by competing visions of what survival should cost. In the end, both approaches succeeded and both failed. Bahamut's followers saved their portion of the kingdom through heroic sacrifice, proving that nobility could triumph over chaos when guided by wisdom and protected by divine grace. Tiamat's followers also survived, creating a powerful empire that dominated the region for centuries to come. But the cost of this dual salvation was the destruction of the unity that had made the kingdom special in the first place. More devastating than the kingdom's fate was the permanent schism this conflict created between the divine siblings. What had begun as a philosophical disagreement had become a fundamental incompatibility of purpose. Bahamut saw in Tiamat's actions the corruption of power, the transformation of necessary strength into tyrannical domination. Tiamat saw in Bahamut's intervention the weakness of mercy, the dangerous precedent of allowing lesser beings to remain weak under the protection of their betters. From that moment forward, their rivalry became the defining force in Draconic civilization. Every Dragonborn would feel the pull of one philosophy or the other, the call to noble service that echoed from Bahamut's celestial realm, or the hunger for dominion that whispered from Tiamat's infernal domain. The metallic dragons found themselves naturally drawn to Bahamut's example, their innate nobility resonating with his teachings of protection and justice. The chromatic dragons aligned with Tiamat, their elemental nature finding expression through her philosophy of strength and domination. This divine schism had consequences that rippled through every plane of existence. In the celestial realms, Bahamut established his palace of platinum and gold, a fortress of justice where he gathered the spirits of heroic dragons who had died in service of noble causes. Here, ancient gold dragons served as his advisors, and the greatest paladins of all races came to learn the true meaning of righteous power. His breath weapon became not fire or lightning, but pure divine energy that could heal the worthy and destroy the corrupt with equal ease. In the depths of the nine hells, Tiamat carved out her own domain, a realm where power was its own justification and strength determined worth. Her 5 heads each governed a different aspect of draconic ambition: red for conquest, blue for dominion, green for manipulation, black for corruption, and white for pure predatory instinct. Around her throne gathered the spirits of chromatic dragons who had died in pursuit of power, forming an infernal court where every slight demanded vengeance and every success inspired greater ambition. The mortal world became the battleground, where their conflict played out through their draconic children. Metallic dragons, inspired by Bahamut's example, became the guardians of civilization, the wise counselors of kings, and the protectors of the innocent. They hoarded not just treasure but knowledge, using their accumulated wisdom to guide the younger races toward greater nobility. When they demanded tribute, it was in exchange for protection and wisdom. When they wielded their power, it was to defend the weak against the strong. Chromatic dragons, following Tiamat's teaching, became the tyrants and conquerors, the beings who saw mortals as either subjects to be ruled or obstacles to be eliminated. They too hoarded treasure, but as symbols of their dominance, physical proof of their superiority over all other forms of life. Their tribute was extracted through fear, their power wielded to establish and maintain hierarchies with themselves at the apex. Yet even this division was not absolute, for both deities recognized that their eternal conflict served a greater cosmic purpose. Bahamut's protection meant nothing without Tiamat's threat to protect against. Tiamat's dominion was hollow without Bahamut's example of what power could aspire to become. They were locked in an eternal dance of opposition that drove both their followers and the universe itself toward ever greater heights of achievement. This cosmic rivalry manifested in countless ways throughout history. When Bahamut's metallic children established sanctuaries for endangered peoples, Tiamat's chromatic offspring would test those sanctuaries' defenses. When chromatic dragons carved out empires through conquest, metallic dragons would inspire heroic rebellions. Neither side could claim complete victory without destroying the cosmic balance that gave their conflict meaning. The most devoted followers of each deity often failed to understand this deeper truth. Paladins in service to Bahamut sometimes sought to eliminate all chromatic dragons, not realizing that such absolute victory would rob their own cause of meaning. Cultists of Tiamat plotted to overthrow all metallic dragons, failing to comprehend that dominion without anyone worthy to dominate was mere solitude. Both deities occasionally manifested directly in the mortal world, but these appearances were rare and always consequential. When Bahamut walked among mortals, he typically appeared in humble forms: an old man with a walking stick, a traveling monk seeking shelter, a wounded bird requiring care. Through these disguises, he tested the character of those he encountered, rewarding kindness with blessings and punishing cruelty with divine justice. His manifestations were lessons in the power of virtue, demonstrations that true strength came from service to higher principles. Tiamat's appearances were far more dramatic and terrifying. She manifested in her full five-headed glory, only in moments of supreme crisis or opportunity, her presence alone sufficient to tip the balance of major conflicts. When she appeared, it was typically to claim what she saw as rightfully hers: kingdoms that had grown too weak to defend themselves, treasures that had been gathered by unworthy hands, or followers who had proven their devotion through acts of supreme ambition. Her manifestations were demonstrations of power itself, reminders that strength was the only currency that truly mattered. The artifacts associated with each deity reflected their opposing philosophies. Items blessed by Bahamut enhanced the noble virtues: courage in the face of overwhelming odds, wisdom to see through deception, mercy tempered by justice. These artifacts typically chose their wielders, refusing to function for those whose hearts harbored selfish ambition or cruel intent. They were tools of protection and justice, weapons that grew stronger when used in defense of the innocent. Artifacts touched by Tiamat's power, by contrast, amplified ambition and desire. They granted their wielders the strength to impose their will upon the world, the cunning to outwit their enemies, and the charisma to command absolute loyalty. But such gifts came with a price. These artifacts demanded ever greater acts of conquest and domination from their users, slowly corrupting even the most well-intentioned into tyrants and despots. The cults that formed around each deity reflected these same principles. Bahamut's followers organized themselves into orders of paladins and clerics dedicated to protecting the innocent and upholding justice. Their temples were refuges for the persecuted, their priests counselors and healers who asked nothing in return for their aid. They saw their service not as obligation but as privilege, the chance to participate in something greater than themselves. Tiamat's cultists, meanwhile, formed secret societies and overt empires dedicated to the accumulation and exercise of power. Her temples were fortresses and throne rooms where strength was worshipped and weakness punished. Her priests were ambitious individuals who saw in their goddess a patron who would reward them for their cunning and ruthlessness. They served not out of love but out of ambition, seeking to rise through the ranks of her hierarchy to claim ever greater power for themselves. As ages passed and civilizations rose and fell, the conflict between Bahamut and Tiamat became woven into the fundamental mythology of virtually every culture that encountered dragons. Their story was retold countless times, each culture adapting it to reflect their own understanding of the eternal struggle between good and evil, order and chaos, protection and domination. And so we see that the rivalry between these divine siblings represents far more than mere theological disagreement. In their eternal conflict, we witness the fundamental tensions that drive all conscious beings: The choice between using power to serve others or to dominate them, between protecting the weak or culling them, between inspiring nobility or demanding submission. Their story reminds us that even the highest forms of power carry within them the potential for both greatness and corruption, and that the choices we make about how to wield our strength ultimately define not just our own character, but the character of the world we leave behind. Chapter 3. The Chromatic Tyrants. Pride is perhaps the most dangerous of all virtues, for it transforms strength into arrogance, confidence into hubris, and authority into tyranny. When pride finds its home in beings of immense power, it becomes not merely a character flaw, but a force of nature that can reshape kingdoms and topple empires. In the Chromatic Dragons, we witness pride elevated to its most terrible and magnificent extreme, elemental fury given form and purpose, primal forces that recognize no authority save their own terrible will. The Chromatic Dragons stand as living embodiments of elemental dominion, each type representing not merely a different breath weapon or scale color, but an entirely distinct philosophy of power and its proper application. They are the children of Tiamat's ambition made manifest, creatures whose very existence challenges the notion that might should be tempered by mercy, or that strength should serve anything other than its own expansion. To understand the Chromatic Dragons is to peer into the heart of unchecked ambition itself. Red dragons, the most feared and revered of all chromatic worms, embody the pure essence of draconic pride. Their scales gleam like molten copper touched by flame, and their very presence seems to ignite the air around them with barely contained fury. These magnificent tyrants have claimed fire as their domain not merely because of their breath weapon, but because they see themselves as the living incarnation of passion, ambition, and the consuming hunger for dominion that burns within all truly powerful beings. A red dragon's lair is invariably carved into the heart of an active volcano, or built within caverns where the earth's blood flows in rivers of lava. They choose such domains not for strategic advantage alone, but because the environment itself reflects their inner nature, violent, beautiful, and utterly uncompromising. The very air around an ancient red dragon's dwelling shimmers with heat that can melt steel and boil blood, creating a natural barrier that deters all but the most desperate or foolhardy intruders. These crimson tyrants view themselves as the rightful rulers of all they survey, and their territorial claims often span entire mountain ranges or volcanic archipelagos. They demand tribute from every settlement within their domain, not as payment for protection, but as acknowledgement of their supreme authority. A red dragon's tribute gatherings are terrible spectacles where entire communities prostrate themselves before the worm's magnificence, offering their most precious possessions as proof of their submission. The hordes of red dragons reflect their obsession with displays of wealth and power. They favor treasures that catch and reflect light, cut gems that sparkle like captured flames, golden artifacts wrought by master craftsmen, and magical items whose power can be felt by any who approach. But beyond mere accumulation, red dragons arrange their hordes as statements of dominance, creating vast chambers where every piece is precisely positioned to create maximum visual impact. They know the exact value of every coin, the history of every artifact, and the magical properties of every enchanted item in their possession. Blue dragons, by contrast, are creatures of calculated intellect wrapped in elemental fury. Their scales gleam with the deep azure of storm clouds pregnant with lightning, and their presence brings with it the electric tension that precedes the most violent tempests. These desert lords have claimed the vast wastelands as their domain, ruling over kingdoms of sand and stone, where survival itself is a daily struggle against the elements. The intelligence of blue dragons sets them apart from their chromatic siblings. Where red dragons rule through raw intimidation and overwhelming force, blues employ strategy, manipulation, and long-term planning to maintain their dominion. They are the chess masters of Dragonkind, creatures who think in terms of decades and centuries rather than moments and years. Their territorial claims are often vast networks of oases, trade routes, and underground water sources that give them absolute control over life and death in the desert. A blue dragon's lair typically lies beneath the desert sands, accessible through hidden entrances that appear to be nothing more than wind-carved rock formations or ancient ruins. These subterranean palaces extend deep into the earth, their chambers lined with crystalline formations that capture and amplify the dragon's electrical nature. The very walls crackle with stored lightning, creating an environment where the dragon's power is constantly displayed and magnified. Blue dragons are perhaps the most politically sophisticated of the chromatic breeds, often maintaining networks of agents, spies, and subordinates that extend far beyond their immediate territory. They understand that information is often more valuable than gold, and they trade in secrets, favors, and long-term obligations with the skill of master merchants. Their hordes reflect this intellectual approach to power. Ancient texts, magical formulae, detailed maps of trade routes, and carefully documented debts owed by various kingdoms and organizations. Green dragons represent perhaps the most insidious form of chromatic evil, for they have perfected the art of corruption through patience and manipulation. Their emerald scales blend perfectly with the deep forest canopies they call home, and their serpentine grace allows them to move through even the densest woodland without disturbing so much as a single leaf. These woodland tyrants understand that the most lasting victories are those achieved without the enemy ever realizing they have been defeated. The domains of green dragons are invariably ancient forests, where civilization has never gained a permanent foothold. They prefer woodlands that border established kingdoms, giving them ample opportunity to observe and influence the affairs of the nearby settlements. Their lairs are typically located in the hearts of these forests, in clearings that seem natural but have been carefully cultivated over centuries to serve the dragon's purposes. Green dragons are master manipulators who prefer to achieve their goals through intermediaries rather than direct action. They maintain networks of corrupted druids, charmed nobles, and blackmailed merchants who serve their interests without fully understanding the scope of their dragon master's ambitions. A green dragon might spend decades positioning its agents to influence a kingdom's policies, gradually steering the realm toward decisions that serve the worm's long-term objectives. The hordes of green dragons reflect their preference for intrigue over brute force. They collect blackmail material, political secrets, genealogical records that reveal hidden inheritances or illegitimate bloodlines, and magical items that enhance their ability to spy upon and manipulate others. Their treasure chambers often resemble vast libraries or intelligence archives, filled with carefully organized information that could topple kingdoms if properly deployed. Black dragons embody corruption in its most literal sense. They are creatures of decay, entropy, and the inevitable triumph of death over life. Their scales gleam with the dark luster of obsidian, and their very presence seems to drain the vitality from their surroundings. These swamp-dwelling tyrants have made their homes in the most inhospitable wetlands, where the boundary between life and death is constantly blurred. The domains of black dragons are invariably places where civilization has failed, ancient battlefields that have become permanent marshes, ruined cities slowly sinking into fetid swamps, or primordial wetlands that predate the rise of the younger races. They prefer territories where the line between land and water is unclear, where solid ground gives way, without warning, to treacherous bog, and where the very air is thick with the miasma of decay. Black dragons are creatures of spite and cruelty, who take genuine pleasure in the suffering of others. Unlike their siblings who view lesser beings as subjects or tools, blacks see them as entertainment, playthings to be tormented for the sheer joy of watching them suffer. Their cruelty is not the hot fury of red dragons or the calculated malice of greens, but a cold, patient sadism that savors every moment of their victim's anguish. The lairs of black dragons are monuments to decay and corruption, typically built within the ruins of once great structures that the dragon has allowed to slowly sink into the surrounding swamp. These flooded palaces serve both as displays of the inevitable victory of entropy over order, and as practical defensive positions where the dragon's ability to move through water gives it a decisive advantage over most intruders. Black dragon hordes often consist of items with dark histories, cursed artifacts, treasures looted from destroyed civilizations, and magical items that have been corrupted through exposure to necromantic energies. They particularly prize items that once belonged to heroes or saints, taking perverse pleasure in the irony of such noble treasures resting in their foul lairs. White dragons represent the most primal and elemental of the chromatic breeds, creatures who have retained the pure, unthinking fury of the primordial chaos from which all dragons emerged. Their scales gleam with the crystalline beauty of freshly fallen snow, but beneath this deceptive beauty lies a mind driven by instincts so basic and overwhelming that they border on the bestial. White dragons claim the most inhospitable regions of the world as their domain: Arctic wastes where the cold can kill in minutes, high mountain peaks where the air is too thin for most creatures to breathe, and glacial valleys where the sun never penetrates. They choose such environments not out of strategic calculation, but because their very nature demands the purity and isolation that only the deepest wilderness can provide. These ice-breathing tyrants are driven by hungers that their more sophisticated siblings sometimes struggle to understand. Where other chromatic dragons pursue complex schemes of domination and manipulation, whites follow the simple logic of apex predators: kill or be killed, hunt or starve, dominate or die. Their territorial claims are vast but sparsely populated, encompassing entire mountain ranges or polar regions where few other creatures can survive. White dragon lairs are typically carved into glaciers or built within ice caves that never melt, even during the brief Arctic summers. These frozen palaces showcase the dragon's mastery over ice and cold, with chambers whose walls are perfectly smooth sheets of ice that reflect and amplify the dragon's breath weapon. The very air within these lairs is so cold that it can freeze exposed flesh in seconds, creating an environment where only the dragon itself can move freely. The hordes of white dragons often puzzle other dragonkind, for they consist largely of items that have been perfectly preserved in ice: ancient corpses, frozen artworks, and artifacts that have been encased in crystalline ice for so long that they have become part of the lair's structure. To whites, these frozen collections represent the ultimate victory over time itself, the preservation of their conquests in perfect eternal stasis. Despite their individual differences, all chromatic dragons share certain fundamental characteristics that set them apart from their metallic cousins. They view power as its own justification, seeing strength not as a tool to serve higher purposes, but as the highest purpose itself. They demand submission not because they offer protection or guidance in return, but because their very nature compels all lesser beings to acknowledge their superiority. Chromatic dragons are invariably solitary creatures, for their pride and ambition make true cooperation impossible. When multiple chromatics appear to work together, it is always a temporary alliance of convenience rather than genuine partnership. Each views the others as potential rivals who must eventually be eliminated or subjugated. Even mated pairs of chromatic dragons typically maintain separate territories and meet only during specific seasons or for particular purposes. The relationship between chromatic dragons and their goddess Tiamat is complex and often misunderstood by outsiders. They do not serve her out of devotion or love, but because she represents the ultimate expression of their own nature. In Tiamat, they see what they themselves might become given sufficient time and power, a being so mighty that she has transcended the need for territory or treasure, existing as pure dominion made manifest. The cults that worship chromatic dragons reflect their masters' philosophies of power and domination. These organizations are typically structured as strict hierarchies, where advancement comes through displays of strength, cunning, or cruelty. Members compete constantly for their draconic patron's favor, understanding that weakness or failure will result not in forgiveness but in destruction. Yet for all their apparent evil, chromatic dragons serve an essential function in the cosmic order. They are the testing flames that forge heroes, the obstacles that force civilizations to grow stronger or perish. Their very existence creates the conflicts that drive progress, the challenges that separate the wheat from the chaff among the younger races. Without the threat they represent, courage would be meaningless, justice would have no purpose, and mercy would be mere weakness. In their magnificent cruelty and terrible beauty, the chromatic dragons remind us that power without restraint becomes tyranny, that strength without wisdom leads to destruction, and that pride, no matter how justified, can transform even the mightiest beings into their own worst enemies. They are cautionary tales written in scales and flame, warnings of what we ourselves might become if we allow our strength to corrupt our purpose and our ambition to eclipse our humanity. Chapter 4. The Metallic Guardians. True nobility is not born of blood or birthright, but forged in the crucible of choice, the daily decision to use one's strength in service of others rather than oneself. When such nobility finds expression in beings of immense power, it creates not tyrants or conquerors, but guardians whose very existence becomes a beacon of hope in a world too often shrouded in darkness. In the Metallic Dragons, we witness the transformation of raw draconic might into something far more precious, wisdom wielded with restraint, power tempered by compassion and strength, that finds its greatest expression in protection rather than dominion. The Metallic Dragons stand as living proof that great power need not corrupt, that intelligence can be joined with wisdom, and that might can serve right without diminishing either. They are the children of Bahamut's vision made manifest, creatures whose scales gleam not with the harsh fire of elemental fury, but with the gentle radiance of refined virtue. To study the Metallic Dragons is to explore the highest aspirations of conscious beings, the dream that strength might serve justice, that wisdom might guide action, and that power might be wielded not for its own sake, but for the betterment of all. Gold dragons reign supreme among the metallic breeds, not through conquest or intimidation, but through the natural authority that comes from perfect unity of power and wisdom. Their scales shimmer with the warm radiance of precious metal touched by divine light, and their very presence seems to inspire the noblest impulses in all who encounter them. These magnificent beings have transcended the simple accumulation of treasure or territory, seeking instead to gather something far more precious, the wisdom necessary to guide the younger races toward their own nobility. The domains of gold dragons are invariably places where civilization has achieved its greatest heights. Ancient libraries built into mountain peaks, hidden valleys where scholars and sages gather to pursue knowledge, or remote monasteries where the pursuit of enlightenment takes precedence over worldly concerns. They choose such locations not for strategic advantage, but because they are naturally drawn to environments where learning and wisdom are valued above material wealth. A gold dragon's lair reflects their priorities in every detail. Rather than the ostentatious displays of wealth favored by their chromatic cousins, gold dragon hoards consist primarily of knowledge preserved in countless forms: ancient scrolls containing lost spells, detailed histories of fallen civilizations, philosophical treatises exploring the nature of good and evil, and carefully maintained libraries that span multiple millennia of accumulated wisdom. When gold dragons do collect traditional treasure, each piece has been chosen for its historical significance or artistic merit rather than mere monetary value. Gold dragons approach their role as guardians with the patience and deliberation that comes from understanding the true scope of time. They think not in terms of immediate threats or short-term solutions, but in the vast cycles that govern the rise and fall of civilizations. When a gold dragon intervenes in mortal affairs, it is typically to address problems that span generations: systemic corruption that threatens to poison an entire culture, ancient evils whose return could devastate entire continents, or crises of knowledge where vital information risks being lost forever. The relationship between gold dragons and mortal rulers is complex and carefully maintained. Rather than demanding tribute or submission, golds often serve as advisors to worthy monarchs, offering counsel that takes into account not just immediate political needs, but the long-term welfare of entire peoples. They have an uncanny ability to identify leaders whose character matches their position, and many of history's greatest kings and queens have benefited from golden wisdom whispered in private councils. Silver dragons embody the principle of justice made manifest, not the cold, unforgiving justice of absolute law, but the warm, compassionate justice that recognizes the difference between punishment and correction. Their scales gleam with the pure brilliance of polished silver, and their bearing carries the unmistakable authority of beings who have made themselves the champions of the innocent and the defenders of the righteous. These noble warriors have claimed no specific terrain as their exclusive domain, for their true territory is wherever injustice threatens to triumph over right. Silver dragons are wanderers by nature, drawn to conflicts where their intervention might tip the balance toward justice. They appear wherever tyrants oppress the innocent, wherever corruption threatens to overwhelm honest governance, wherever the strong prey upon the weak without consequence. Silver dragon lairs are typically temporary affairs, hidden strongholds established near ongoing conflicts, concealed bases from which they can monitor the activities of those who would abuse their power. When they do establish permanent dwellings, these are invariably designed as refuges for those seeking justice, sanctuaries where the persecuted can find protection and the wrongfully accused can prepare their defense. The hordes of silver dragons reflect their commitment to active intervention in mortal affairs. They collect weapons and armor crafted by master smiths, artifacts that enhance their ability to protect the innocent, and detailed intelligence about corrupt organizations and individual wrongdoers. Their treasure chambers often resemble armories prepared for righteous war, filled with the tools necessary to defend justice against those who would pervert it. Silver dragons are perhaps the most directly involved of all metallics in mortal politics, but their involvement always serves the cause of justice rather than personal ambition. They have been known to spend decades infiltrating corrupt courts, gradually gathering evidence of wrongdoing while positioning themselves to expose and punish those who abuse their authority. When silver dragons reveal themselves, it is typically in moments of crisis where their intervention can prevent great injustice or restore rightful order. Bronze dragons represent the perfect fusion of martial prowess and protective instinct. Noble warriors who have dedicated their existence to defending the innocent against the predators that stalk both land and sea. Their scales gleam with the warm patina of ancient bronze touched by salt spray, and their presence brings with it the steady confidence of beings who have never known defeat when fighting for a righteous cause. The coastal regions and island chains of the world serve as the natural domain of bronze dragons, who have appointed themselves as the eternal guardians of those who make their living from the sea. They patrol vast stretches of coastline, watching for pirates, sea monsters, and other threats that would prey upon honest sailors and fishing communities. Their protection extends to all who travel the waters with honest intent, while their wrath falls upon those who would use the sea's vastness to hide their crimes. Bronze dragon lairs are typically located on isolated islands or in sea caves, accessible only during low tide, positions that allow them to monitor shipping lanes while remaining hidden from casual observation. These underwater palaces showcase the dragon's mastery over both air and water, with chambers that can be flooded or drained according to the occupant's needs. The very architecture reflects their dual nature, equally at home in air or water, equally capable of offering sanctuary or waging war. The hordes of bronze dragons consist largely of items recovered from shipwrecks and defeated pirates, not treasures taken for their own sake, but evidence of their successful protection of maritime trade. They maintain detailed records of every vessel they have aided, every pirate crew they have defeated, and every merchant who has benefited from their protection. Their collections serve as both trophy rooms celebrating victories won and intelligence archives documenting threats overcome. Bronze dragons work closely with legitimate maritime authorities, often serving as unofficial naval commanders who coordinate the defense of entire coastlines. They have been known to appear at crucial moments in naval battles, their intervention turning certain defeat into glorious victory for those who fight in defense of their homes and livelihoods. Copper dragons bring levity and wisdom to the often grim business of combating evil, for they understand that laughter can be as powerful a weapon against darkness as any sword or spell. Their scales shimmer with the warm reddish-brown of polished copper, and their eyes twinkle with the irrepressible humor of beings who have learned to find joy, even in the face of adversity. These wise fools serve as the heart and soul of the metallic dragons, reminding their more serious siblings that righteousness without joy becomes mere righteousness. The mountain foothills and rocky badlands serve as the preferred domain of copper dragons, who appreciate terrain that offers both strategic advantages and scenic beauty. They choose locations that allow them to observe the comings and goings of multiple communities while maintaining enough isolation to pursue their scholarly interests without interruption. Their territories often encompass ancient ruins or natural wonders that attract travelers, giving the dragons ample opportunity to encounter and evaluate potential allies or threats. Copper dragon lairs are marvels of both engineering and artistry, carved into cliffsides or built within natural cave systems that have been expanded and improved over centuries. These dwellings feature elaborate acoustic arrangements that amplify the dragon's voice and allow for perfect sound throughout every chamber. The walls are often decorated with murals depicting famous jokes, legendary pranks, and humorous scenes from the dragon's own adventures. The hordes of copper dragons reflect their appreciation for wit and wisdom over mere wealth. They collect joke books and humorous stories from across the known world, musical instruments of every conceivable variety, art objects that demonstrate particular cleverness in their creation, and written works that combine entertainment with instruction. Their treasure chambers often serve as performance halls where the dragon can entertain guests with stories, songs, and comedic performances. Despite their jovial nature, copper dragons are formidable opponents when roused to anger. Their humor masks a keen intelligence and deep understanding of mortal nature that makes them excellent judges of character. They have an uncanny ability to use humor to diffuse tense situations, to employ wit to expose the foolishness of evil schemes, and to deploy carefully crafted jokes that carry profound moral lessons. Brass dragons embody the principle that knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. Scholars and philosophers who have dedicated their immortal existence to the preservation and dissemination of wisdom across all cultures and eras. Their scales gleam with the warm golden brown of polished brass, and their manner carries the enthusiasm of eternal students who never tire of learning or teaching. The great deserts serve as the natural habitat of brass dragons, who have discovered that the vast solitude of these regions provides perfect conditions for contemplation and study. They establish their lairs near oases or ancient caravan routes, positioning themselves to encounter travelers from distant lands who might carry new knowledge or different perspectives on familiar truths. Brass dragon lairs are essentially vast libraries and research facilities, with carefully climate-controlled chambers designed to preserve written works across millennia. These underground complexes often extend for miles through the desert bedrock, with specialized sections for different types of knowledge, astronomical observations, magical theory, historical chronicles, and philosophical treatises. The dragons maintain these collections, not as private hoards, but as repositories of wisdom that they freely share with worthy scholars. The true treasure of brass dragons lies not in gold or gems, but in the conversations they conduct with intelligent beings from across the known world. They are consummate hosts who delight in engaging visitors in discussions that might last for days or weeks, exploring every facet of topics that interest them. These conversations are carefully recorded and added to their ever-growing archives of mortal thought and experience. Brass dragons serve as unofficial chroniclers of civilization, maintaining detailed records of cultural developments, technological advances, and philosophical evolution across all the known races. They often serve as neutral mediators in conflicts, using their vast knowledge of history and law to help disputants find mutually acceptable solutions to their disagreements. Despite their individual specializations, all metallic dragons share certain fundamental characteristics that set them apart from their chromatic cousins. They view power as a responsibility rather than a privilege, understanding that great strength comes with equally great obligations to protect and serve those less capable of defending themselves. They seek not submission but cooperation, not dominion but partnership with the younger races. Metallic dragons are naturally inclined toward cooperation rather than competition, often working together on projects that span centuries or millennia. When multiple metallics gather, it is typically to address threats too great for any single dragon to handle, or to coordinate their efforts in protecting vast regions or important causes. Their conferences are marvels of intellectual discourse, where wisdom accumulated over countless lifetimes is shared and synthesized. The relationship between metallic dragons and their patron deity, Bahamut, is one of genuine love and respect rather than mere acknowledgement of superior power. They serve him not because they fear his wrath, but because they share his vision of what the universe might become if power were always wielded in service of justice and protection. In Bahamut, they see not a distant overlord, but an exemplar of the principles they strive to embody. The organizations that serve metallic dragons reflect their master's commitment to justice and protection. These groups are typically structured as fellowships of equals rather than rigid hierarchies, with advancement based on wisdom and service rather than personal ambition. Members work together toward common goals, understanding that their success is measured not by personal gain, but by the good they accomplish for others. Metallic dragons often maintain extensive networks of mortal agents, not spies or servants, but genuine allies who share their commitment to justice and protection. These networks include scholars who help preserve and disseminate knowledge, knights who champion the innocent, clerics who heal the wounded, and rulers who govern with wisdom and compassion. The dragons support these allies, not with demands for loyalty, but with resources, guidance, and direct assistance when needed. The ancient prophecies speak of times when metallic and chromatic dragons will set aside their eternal enmity to face threats that endanger the very fabric of reality itself. In such moments, the fundamental goodness of the metallics serves as a bridge that allows even their most evil cousins to recognize that some threats transcend their personal ambitions. These rare alliances showcase the true nobility of the metallic dragons, their willingness to work even with their enemies when the greater good demands it. And so we see that the metallic dragons represent the highest aspirations of all conscious beings, the dream that power might serve justice, that strength might protect rather than dominate, and that wisdom might guide the universe toward ever greater heights of nobility and grace. They remind us that true greatness lies not in what we can take, but in what we choose to give, not in those we can defeat, but in those we can protect, not in the fear we can inspire, but in the hope we can kindle in others. Chapter 5. The Gem Dragon's Psionic Mysteries. In the vast spectrum of existence, between the burning passion of creation and the cold hunger of destruction, there lies a realm of perfect equilibrium, where thought itself becomes reality, and the mind transcends the limitations of flesh. It is here, in this space between extremes, that we encounter beings who have chosen neither the path of domination nor the way of service, but instead have dedicated themselves to understanding the fundamental nature of existence itself. The gem dragons stand as living embodiments of this philosophical neutrality, creatures whose crystalline scales reflect not the bias of metal or the fury of chromatic flame, but the pure light of consciousness unbound by moral absolutes. These remarkable beings represent perhaps the greatest mystery of Dragonkind, for they have evolved beyond the eternal conflict that defines their metallic and chromatic cousins. Where others see the universe in terms of good versus evil, order against chaos, the gem dragons perceive a far more complex reality, one where truth transcends simple moral categories and wisdom lies in understanding rather than judgment. Their very existence challenges the fundamental assumptions that govern Draconic society, suggesting that there are forms of power more subtle and profound than either noble protection or tyrannical domination. Crystal dragons embody the perfect fusion of elemental ice and pure thought, creatures whose translucent scales capture and refract light in patterns that seem to mirror the very structure of consciousness itself. These magnificent beings have chosen the frozen reaches of the world as their domain, not out of any preference for isolation, but because the clarity and purity of ice reflects their own crystalline mental architecture. They are the philosophers of winter, contemplating the beauty that lies hidden within apparent desolation. The Arctic territories claimed by crystal dragons are places where the physical world achieves a kind of geometric perfection. Vast ice sheets that stretch unbroken to the horizon, crystalline formations that capture and hold light in patterns of breathtaking complexity, and frozen landscapes where every element exists in perfect eternal balance. These dragons do not rule their domains in any conventional sense, but rather serve as their guardians and interpreters, beings who understand that true beauty often lies in the marriage of order and emptiness. Crystal dragon lairs are marvels of both natural formation and psionic manipulation, typically located within massive ice caves or glacier hearts where the dragon's mental powers have shaped the frozen environment into something approaching art. These chambers are filled with ice sculptures that the dragon has crafted through pure thought, crystalline formations that resonate with psychic energy, and frozen tableaux that capture moments of perfect beauty from across the centuries. The hordes of crystal dragons consist primarily of objects that demonstrate the intersection of physical and mental reality, crystals that have been shaped by psionic force, ice sculptures that capture emotional states in frozen form, and artifacts that respond to thought rather than physical manipulation. They collect not for the sake of possession, but for the opportunity to study how consciousness interacts with matter, how thought can impose order upon chaos. Crystal dragons possess perhaps the most refined psionic abilities of all their gem cousins, capable of manipulating ice and cold through pure mental force, while simultaneously exploring the deepest mysteries of consciousness itself. Their breath weapon is not merely freezing air but crystallized thought, a force that can simultaneously freeze the body and shatter the mind, leaving victims trapped in a state between life and death, between thought and oblivion. Emerald dragons serve as the living memory of the natural world, creatures whose deep green scales seem to hold within them the essence of every forest that has ever grown, and every leaf that has ever fallen. These magnificent beings have appointed themselves as the chroniclers of natural history, dedicating their immortal existence to preserving the accumulated wisdom of countless ecosystems and the intricate relationships that bind all living things together. The ancient forests that serve as emerald dragon domains are invariably places where nature has achieved a kind of perfect balance. Old-growth woodlands, where every tree, every creature, every element exists in harmony with all others. These dragons do not control their territories through force or intimidation, but rather serve as the focal points around which entire ecosystems organize themselves, living embodiments of the principle that consciousness and nature can exist in perfect symbiosis. Emerald dragon lairs are typically located at the hearts of their forest domains, in groves where the trees themselves have grown into cathedral-like formations over the course of millennia. These natural sanctuaries are places where the boundary between the physical and mental realms becomes permeable, where the dragon's psionic abilities allow direct communication with the collective consciousness of the forest itself. The treasure collections of emerald dragons reflect their role as archivists of natural history, carefully preserved specimens of extinct plants and animals, detailed records of ecological changes spanning geological ages, and artifacts that demonstrate the deep connections between consciousness and the natural world. They maintain these collections not as private hoards, but as libraries of natural wisdom that they share with druids, rangers, and other guardians of the wild. Emerald dragons possess the unique ability to commune directly with the collective consciousness of forests, accessing the accumulated memories stored within ancient trees and long-established ecosystems. Their psionic powers allow them to perceive the flow of natural forces across vast distances and extended periods, making them invaluable sources of information about environmental changes and natural cycles. Sapphire dragons represent the mastery of earth and stone through mental force, creatures whose deep blue scales seem to capture the very essence of the subterranean realm. These remarkable beings have claimed the deepest places of the world as their domain. Vast cave systems, underground seas, and the hidden spaces between the surface world and the burning heart of the planet itself. They are the philosophers of depth, exploring the mysteries that lie buried beneath the familiar surface of reality. The underground territories of sapphire dragons are invariably places of stunning geological beauty, crystal caverns that sparkle with their own inner light, underground rivers that have carved magnificent passages through solid stone, and natural formations that demonstrate the incredible forces that shape the world from within. These dragons serve as both guardians and interpreters of these hidden realms, beings who understand that the most profound truths often lie buried far from the light of common day. Sapphire dragon lairs are typically carved into the living rock of deep cave systems, chambers that the dragon has shaped through centuries of careful psionic manipulation. These underground palaces showcase the perfect marriage of natural geological processes and conscious design, with formations that would take nature millennia to create, brought into being through the focused application of mental force. The hordes of sapphire dragons consist largely of geological specimens and artifacts that demonstrate the deep connections between earth and consciousness, crystals that resonate with psionic energy, stones that have been shaped by mental force alone, and gems that capture and store psychic impressions across vast spans of time. They collect these items not for their material value, but for their ability to serve as focal points for deeper understanding of how thought and matter interact at fundamental levels. Sapphire dragons possess unparalleled abilities in the realm of earth and stone manipulation, capable of reshaping entire cave systems through pure mental force, while simultaneously exploring the deepest mysteries of geological time. Their breath weapon consists of crystallized psionic energy that can simultaneously shatter stone and overwhelm the mind, demonstrating their mastery over both physical and mental realms. Topaz dragons embody the principle of perfect neutrality, creatures whose golden yellow scales seem to capture and reflect the pure light of impartial observation. These remarkable beings have chosen the margins between different environments as their domain, coastal regions where land meets sea, transition zones where different ecosystems blend together, and borderlands where different cultures interact and influence each other. They are the diplomats of Dragonkind, beings who understand that truth often lies not in taking sides, but in understanding all perspectives. The territories claimed by topaz dragons are invariably places where different forces meet and interact. Tidal zones, where the eternal struggle between land and sea plays out twice daily, river deltas where fresh water mingles with salt, and coastal regions where terrestrial and marine ecosystems create unique hybrid environments. These dragons do not seek to control these transitional spaces, but rather to understand them, recognizing that boundaries are often the most fertile ground for new forms of growth and development. Topaz dragon lairs are typically located in sea caves or coastal formations that are accessible from both land and water, reflecting their role as mediators between different realms. These chambers are designed to accommodate visitors from various environments and cultures, with sections that can be flooded or drained according to the needs of different guests. The collections of topaz dragons reflect their commitment to understanding multiple perspectives, artifacts from different cultures, diplomatic records spanning centuries of negotiations, and items that demonstrate successful cooperation between traditionally hostile groups. They maintain these hoards not as displays of wealth, but as resources for mediation, tools that can help resolve conflicts by providing historical examples of successful compromise. Topaz dragons possess unique psionic abilities that allow them to perceive and understand multiple viewpoints simultaneously, making them invaluable mediators in conflicts between different groups. Their breath weapon consists of a disorienting force that temporarily scrambles hostile thoughts, while leaving peaceful intentions intact, allowing them to diffuse conflicts without permanent harm to any party. Amethyst dragons represent the apex of gem dragon evolution, creatures whose purple crystalline scales seem to contain within them the essence of pure consciousness itself. These magnificent beings have transcended the need for any specific territory, existing instead as wandering philosophers who appear wherever the balance between order and chaos requires their intervention. They are the kings and queens of neutrality, beings who have achieved such perfect understanding that they can perceive the cosmic forces that govern all existence. The domains of amethyst dragons are not geographical but philosophical. They claim as their territory the spaces between extremes, the moments of perfect balance where opposing forces achieve temporary equilibrium. They appear in times of crisis not to take sides, but to ensure that neither order nor chaos achieve such complete dominance that the cosmic balance is permanently disrupted. Amethyst dragon lairs are temporary affairs, typically established in places of natural power or significance, for only as long as their presence is needed to maintain balance. These chambers are created through pure psionic force and exist as much in the realm of thought as in physical reality, reflecting the dragon's transcendence of purely material concerns. The hordes of amethyst dragons consist entirely of knowledge and understanding rather than physical objects. Memories preserved across millennia, philosophical insights gained through eons of observation, and wisdom accumulated through countless encounters with beings of every conceivable nature and alignment. They possess these intangible treasures, not for their own sake, but as tools for maintaining the cosmic balance that governs all existence. Amethyst dragons possess the most advanced psionic abilities of any known creatures, capable of manipulating reality itself through pure thought while maintaining perfect emotional and philosophical neutrality. Their breath weapon consists of pure force that strips away illusions and pretenses, revealing the fundamental nature of whatever it touches, and forcing all beings to confront their own true motivations. The gem dragons as a collective represent something unique in the Draconic hierarchy, beings who have chosen to stand apart from the eternal conflict between good and evil, order and chaos, protection and domination. They serve as living reminders that there are forms of wisdom that transcend moral absolutes, ways of understanding that require neither judgment nor advocacy, but simply observation and comprehension. Unlike their metallic and chromatic cousins, gem dragons do not organize themselves around shared values or common enemies. Each exists as a unique individual pursuing their own path toward understanding, yet all are connected by their commitment to neutrality and their mastery of psionic powers. When gem dragons do interact with each other, it is typically as colleagues engaged in scholarly discourse, rather than as allies united by common cause. The relationship between gem dragons and the younger races is complex and often misunderstood. They do not seek to rule or to serve, to protect or to dominate, but rather to understand and to learn. Their interactions with mortals are typically educational in nature. They serve as teachers for those who seek wisdom, as advisors for those who face complex moral dilemmas, and as sources of information for those who need to understand, rather than simply to act. The cults and organizations that form around gem dragons are invariably focused on the pursuit of knowledge and understanding, rather than the advancement of any particular moral or political agenda. These groups attract scholars, philosophers, and others who seek truth for its own sake, rather than for any practical application. They are communities of learning rather than organizations of action. In the cosmic scheme of things, gem dragons serve as the eternal observers, the beings who witness and record the great cycles of creation and destruction, without being caught up in the passion that drives others to take sides. They remind us that understanding can be its own form of power, that neutrality is not indifference, but rather the recognition that truth often transcends the limitations of moral absolutes. And so we see that the gem dragons represent the highest form of philosophical evolution, beings who have moved beyond the need to choose sides in the eternal conflicts that define existence, who have learned to find wisdom in observation rather than action, understanding rather than judgment. They stand as living proof that consciousness itself is the greatest treasure, that the mind unbound by prejudice or preconception can perceive truths that escape even the most noble or most cunning of their cousins. Chapter 6. Ancient Worms and Legendary Individuals. History is shaped not by the masses, but by individuals whose choices echo across the centuries, whose actions become the stuff of legend, and whose very names carry power enough to inspire or terrify long after their physical forms have passed into memory. Among Dragonkind, where individual lifespans stretch across millennia and personal power can reshape landscapes, certain figures have risen to such prominence that their stories become inseparable from the chronicles of entire civilizations. These ancient worms are more than mere creatures. They are forces of nature given personality, walking legends whose individual tales illuminate the full spectrum of what dragons can become. To speak of legendary dragons is to invoke names that have become synonymous with power itself, beings whose individual choices have altered the course of history and whose personal philosophies have influenced entire cultures. These are not simply the oldest or strongest of their kind, but dragons whose unique circumstances, extraordinary choices, or singular obsessions have elevated them from the ranks of their peers into the realm of living myth. Cloth the Old Snarl stands as perhaps the most feared red dragon in recorded history, a creature whose very name has become a byword for draconic fury unleashed without restraint or mercy. For over 2 millennia, this ancient red has terrorized the north, his crimson form a harbinger of devastation that has brought ruin to countless settlements and turned entire regions into scorched wastelands. Yet Cloth's legend stems not merely from his destructive power, but from the calculating intelligence that guides his seemingly random rampages. Unlike many of his red-scaled kin who allow pride and fury to cloud their judgment, Cloth has perfected the art of strategic destruction. His attacks appear chaotic to outside observers, but they follow patterns discernible only to those who think in terms of decades and centuries, rather than seasons and years. Every burned village, every slaughtered caravan, every act of apparent senseless violence serves a larger purpose in schemes that span generations. The Old Snarl's domain encompasses vast swaths of the savage frontier, a patchwork of territories connected not by geographical proximity, but by strategic importance. He maintains lairs in multiple active volcanoes, constantly rotating between them in patterns that keep his enemies guessing about his true location. This nomadic approach to territory control has allowed him to avoid the sustained campaigns that have brought down other ancient reds, for no army can besiege an enemy whose fortress might be hundreds of miles away by the time they arrive. Cloth's horde is legendary not just for its size, but for its systematic organization. Unlike dragons who collect treasure for its beauty or magical properties, the Old Snarl gathers wealth as a weapon. He maintains detailed records of the economic vulnerabilities of entire kingdoms, hoarding specific currencies and trade goods that can be strategically released or withheld to destabilize regional economies. His treasure chambers serve as both vaults and war rooms, filled with the tools necessary to wage economic warfare against civilizations that dare to oppose him. The Red Worm's intelligence networks rival those of entire nations, maintained through a combination of terror and cunning that ensures information flows to him from across the continent. Merchants whisper secrets to avoid his wrath. Nobles pay tribute in gold and gossip, and even his enemies unknowingly serve his purposes by spreading the very fear that makes others eager to appease him. Dragatha the Undead Dracolich represents the ultimate expression of draconic ambition wedded to the pursuit of immortality at any cost. Once a powerful red dragon whose pride exceeded even that of his kin, Dragatha chose to embrace Undeath rather than face the inevitable decline that comes with extreme age. His transformation into a Dracolich was not a defeat or desperate last resort, but a calculated decision to transcend the limitations of mortal flesh and achieve a form of existence that would allow his ambitions to continue indefinitely. The process of becoming a Dracolich requires not just magical power, but a fundamental rejection of natural order itself. Dragatha's transformation was the culmination of centuries of research into the darkest forms of necromancy, studies that required him to commit acts of such profound evil that they stained his very soul beyond any possibility of redemption. Yet to Dragatha, such moral considerations were merely obstacles to be overcome in pursuit of ultimate power. As an undead creature, Dragatha possesses all the cunning and magical might he wielded in life, enhanced by the terrible energies of Undeath, and freed from the physical limitations that constrain living beings. His skeletal form, wreathed in the cold fires of negative energy, has become a sight that can drive mortals to madness, and send even other dragons fleeing in terror. He is no longer bound by the need for food or rest, allowing him to pursue his schemes with a relentless dedication that living creatures cannot match. The Dracoliches domain exists primarily in the spaces between life and death, ancient burial grounds where the boundary between the living world and the realm of the dead grows thin, ruined cities where his necromantic experiments have transformed entire populations into undead servitors, and hidden sanctuaries where he conducts research into ever more terrible forms of dark magic. Dragatha's influence extends far beyond his immediate territory through the Cult of the Dragon, an organization dedicated to transforming living dragons into undead Dracoliches. As the cult's greatest success and most powerful patron, he serves as both inspiration and active leader in their efforts to create an army of immortal dragons that would rule over a world of the undead. His vision is nothing less than the complete transformation of the natural order, replacing the cycle of life and death with an eternal reign of undead perfection. Chazar the Fire Tyrant embodies the tragic tale of a dragon whose noble intentions were corrupted by the very power meant to serve them. Originally a powerful red dragon who genuinely sought to protect the people of Chesenta from external threats, Chazar's story illustrates how even the most well-intentioned uses of absolute power can lead to tyranny and oppression. In his early centuries, Chazar was viewed as a benevolent ruler who used his draconic might to defend his chosen people against invading armies, hostile dragons, and supernatural threats. The Chesentans built temples in his honor and celebrated his interventions as divine blessings. He established a kingdom where dragons and humans coexisted in relative harmony, with himself as the ultimate authority, but also the ultimate protector. Yet absolute power, even wielded with noble intent, inevitably corrupts those who hold it. As generations passed, and the immediate threats that had justified his rule faded into memory, Chazar found himself increasingly impatient with the limitations and inefficiencies of mortal governance. His protection became control, his guidance became domination, and his benevolence became the whim of an absolute monarch who brooked no dissent. The transformation was gradual but inexorable. Laws that had once protected the people began to serve primarily the dragon's convenience. Tribute that had once been freely given became mandatory taxation. Worship that had once been grateful became fearful obligation. The protector had become the very threat his people needed protection from. Chazar's eventual downfall came not from external enemies, but from the rebellion of the very people he had sworn to protect. The uprising that ended his reign was led by heroes who had once been his most devoted servants, former allies who could no longer reconcile the tyrant he had become with the protector he had once been. His death marked the end of an era, and served as a cautionary tale about the corrupting nature of unchecked authority. Lareth the Beautiful Horror presents perhaps the most disturbing example of draconic evolution, a green dragon whose pursuit of perfection led her to embrace transformations that defied both nature and sanity. Originally renowned for her stunning beauty even by draconic standards, Lareth became obsessed with the concept of improvement through change, leading her to undergo a series of magical modifications that gradually transformed her into something beyond conventional classification. Through combinations of powerful magic, alchemical treatments, and surgical modifications performed by enslaved wizards and artificers, Lareth systematically altered her physical form in pursuit of an ever-changing ideal of perfection. She grafted additional limbs to her body, replaced her natural scales with armor-like plates of living metal, and modified her internal organs to process different types of energy and matter. Each transformation brought new capabilities, but also new obsessions. Additional eyes allowed her to perceive multiple planes of existence simultaneously, but also drove her to seek ever more exotic forms of vision. Modified wings granted her the ability to fly through different dimensional spaces, but left her increasingly disconnected from the physical world. Enhanced claws and teeth made her a more formidable combatant, but required increasingly exotic forms of sustenance. The most disturbing aspect of Lareth's transformations was their psychological impact. Each physical change altered her mental state in subtle but cumulative ways, gradually eroding her connection to both her draconic nature and any recognizable form of sanity. She became a creature of pure obsession, driven by compulsions that made sense only within the context of her increasingly alien psychology. Lareth's domain reflects her transformed nature, a realm where the normal rules of physics and biology no longer apply, where her experiments in modification have created hybrid creatures that defy classification and architectural impossibilities that exist through sheer force of magical will. Her lair serves as both laboratory and gallery, displaying the results of centuries of experimentation and improvement through transformation. Syraxis the Night Hunter earned his fearsome reputation through his mastery of the art of psychological warfare, becoming perhaps the most effective predator in Draconic history. This black dragon perfected techniques of terror that allowed him to defeat enemies far more powerful than himself through the systematic destruction of their mental defenses rather than direct physical confrontation. Unlike other black dragons who relied on brute force and environmental advantages, Syraxis developed a sophisticated understanding of mortal psychology that allowed him to craft individually tailored campaigns of terror. He studied his targets for months or years before moving against them, learning their fears, their weaknesses, their guilty secrets, and their deepest shames. When he finally struck, it was with weapons forged from their own psychological vulnerabilities. The Night Hunter's techniques went far beyond simple intimidation. He employed complex strategies that involved the systematic elimination of his target's support networks, the corruption of their trusted allies, and the careful manipulation of circumstances to create situations where his victims' own fears became self-fulfilling prophecies. His enemies often destroyed themselves trying to escape threats that existed primarily in their own minds. Syraxis maintained an extensive network of information gatherers, not servants bound by loyalty or fear, but individuals who traded in secrets and rumors without ever realizing they were feeding intelligence to a dragon. He understood that knowledge was often more powerful than strength, and he wielded information with surgical precision to achieve results that would have required armies for other creatures to accomplish. The Black Dragon's lair was itself a masterpiece of psychological manipulation, designed to exploit the deepest fears and anxieties of any who entered. Every corridor, every chamber, every architectural detail was crafted to create specific emotional responses, gradually wearing down the mental defenses of intruders until they became helpless before his psychological assault. Protanther the Silver Storm represents the pinnacle of metallic dragon heroism, a silver worm whose legendary interventions have saved entire civilizations from destruction. For over 3 millennia, this ancient dragon has appeared at crucial moments in history, arriving precisely when the forces of darkness seem poised for ultimate victory, and turning the tide through a combination of military genius, inspirational leadership, and personal sacrifice. Unlike many dragons who pursue their own agendas, Protanther has dedicated his existence entirely to the protection of the innocent and the preservation of justice. His interventions follow no pattern of personal gain or territorial expansion. He appears wherever the need is greatest, regardless of political boundaries or racial allegiances. His silver scales have been seen on battlefields across the known world, always fighting on the side of the oppressed against their oppressors. The Silver Storm's tactical brilliance stems from his ability to perceive conflicts not just as military engagements, but as struggles between fundamental principles. He understands that true victory requires not just defeating enemy forces, but demonstrating the superiority of the values being defended. His battle strategies often focus on inspiring ordinary individuals to achieve extraordinary heroism, transforming desperate last stands into legendary victories through the power of example. Protanther's influence extends far beyond his direct military interventions. He has served as advisor to countless rulers, helping them establish just laws and effective governance. He has founded military academies where the principles of honorable warfare are taught alongside tactical skills. He has inspired the creation of knightly orders dedicated to the protection of the innocent and the pursuit of justice. The Silver Dragon's hoard consists primarily of awards, tokens of gratitude, and memorial items given to him by those he has helped over the centuries. Rather than accumulating wealth for its own sake, he treasures the evidence of lives saved and injustices corrected. His lair serves as both museum and shrine, preserving the memory of countless acts of heroism performed by ordinary individuals inspired by his example. These legendary individuals represent the full spectrum of draconic potential, from the calculated malevolence of Clouth to the pure heroism of Protanther, from the corrupted nobility of Chazar to the alien obsessions of Lareth. Each has achieved a form of immortality that transcends their physical existence, becoming archetypal figures whose stories illuminate fundamental truths about power, choice, and consequence. Their legends serve as both inspiration and warning, demonstrating that dragons, for all their power and wisdom, remain individuals capable of growth, change, and moral choice. Whether they choose the path of tyranny or heroism, corruption or nobility, their decisions echo across the centuries and shape the world for generations yet unborn. In studying these ancient worms, we see reflected the eternal struggles that define all conscious beings, the choice between serving ourselves or others, between using our gifts to create or destroy, between embracing our noble potential or surrendering to our darkest impulses. They remind us that true greatness lies not in the power we possess, but in how we choose to use it, and that the legends we leave behind are written not in gold or blood, but in the lives we touch and the choices we make. Chapter 7. The Dracorage and the Rage of Dragons. Madness is perhaps the cruelest fate that can befall beings of great intelligence, for it transforms wisdom into confusion, strength into destructive fury, and noble purpose into chaotic violence. When such madness strikes creatures whose individual power can level mountains and whose breath can melt steel, the consequences ripple far beyond the afflicted, reshaping the very foundations of civilization itself. In the phenomenon known as the Draco Rage, we witness one of the most terrifying aspects of draconic existence, the cyclical descent into uncontrollable fury that has haunted Dragonkind for millennia, and shaped the relationship between the great worms and the younger races in ways both profound and tragic. The Dracorage is not a disease in any conventional sense, nor is it a curse that can be lifted through mortal magic or divine intervention. It is instead a cosmic phenomenon tied to the movements of celestial bodies and the deep currents of magical energy that flow through the multiverse itself. This affliction strikes without regard for the moral alignment, age, or power of its victims, transforming the wisest gold dragon into a rampaging beast as easily as it might corrupt the most cunning red. It is the great equalizer among dragonkind, a reminder that even beings of godlike power remain subject to forces beyond their control. The key to understanding the Dracorage lies in the malevolent influence of an astronomical body known as the King-Killer Star, a celestial object whose very existence seems designed to bring chaos and destruction to the ordered world. This star appears in the night sky at irregular intervals, sometimes remaining visible for mere days, other times blazing in the heavens for months or even years. Its crimson light carries with it a subtle but irresistible influence that gradually erodes the mental defenses of all dragons, regardless of their individual strength or wisdom. The King-Killer Star is no ordinary celestial body, for it defies the natural laws that govern other astronomical phenomena. It appears without warning in different parts of the sky, sometimes growing brighter over the course of nights, other times flashing into existence at full brilliance before gradually fading away. Ancient astronomers and scholars have attempted to predict its appearances for centuries, but the star follows no pattern that mortal minds can comprehend, suggesting that its movements are guided by intelligence rather than natural force. When the King-Killer Star blazes in the night sky, its malevolent influence begins almost immediately to affect every dragon within its light. The process is gradual at first, a subtle irritability, an increased tendency toward violence, a growing impatience with the limitations and failures of lesser beings. These early symptoms might be dismissed as mere mood changes, but they represent the first stages of a transformation that will ultimately strip away every trace of reason and restraint. As the star's influence grows stronger, affected dragons begin to exhibit increasingly erratic behavior. Ancient worms who have spent centuries perfecting the art of subtle manipulation suddenly resort to crude threats and direct violence. Noble metallics who have dedicated their existence to protecting the innocent find themselves overwhelmed by urges to dominate and destroy. Scholarly gems who have pursued knowledge for its own sake become obsessed with using their accumulated wisdom as a weapon against perceived enemies. The progression of the Dracorage follows a predictable pattern, though the speed of descent varies dramatically between individual dragons. The first stage is marked by growing paranoia and suspicion. Affected dragons begin to see threats and conspiracies where none exist, interpreting innocent actions as deliberate provocations. They become increasingly isolated, driving away allies and servants through unpredictable outbursts of fury and accusations of betrayal. The second stage brings with it a growing obsession with violence and destruction as solutions to every problem. Dragons who might normally spend months or years planning elaborate schemes find themselves unable to focus on anything more complex than immediate, direct action. Their famous patience evaporates, replaced by an urgent need to resolve all conflicts through overwhelming force. The careful political maneuvering that characterizes Draconic society gives way to crude territorial disputes settled through combat. In the third and most dangerous stage, affected dragons lose all capacity for rational thought, becoming little more than engines of destruction driven by base instincts and overwhelming rage. They attack without provocation, destroy without purpose, and kill without discrimination. Ancient alliances mean nothing, blood relationships provide no protection, and even self-preservation becomes secondary to the overwhelming urge to unleash their fury upon the world. The manifestations of full Dracorage vary according to the individual dragon's nature and circumstances, but certain patterns emerge across all cases. Affected worms invariably become obsessed with their hordes, not as collections to be carefully maintained and expanded, but as possessions to be jealously guarded against imaginary thieves. They begin destroying their own treasure chambers in fits of paranoid fury, melting precious metals with their breath weapons and crushing priceless artifacts in their claws. Red dragons in the grip of Dracorage become forces of pure destruction, emerging from their lairs to burn everything within reach, without regard for strategic value or potential consequences. Their attacks follow no logical pattern, striking at random targets with the fury of natural disasters. Ancient Reds, who might normally spend decades planning the conquest of a single kingdom, instead lay waste to entire regions in matters of days, leaving nothing behind but ash and ruin. Blue dragons manifest their madness through campaigns of systematic destruction aimed at the complete elimination of civilization from their territories. Unlike their red cousins who destroy in fits of passion, affected blues retain enough cunning to target the foundations of society itself: water sources, trade routes, centers of learning, and religious sites. Their goal is not mere conquest, but the return of their domains to primordial wilderness. Green dragons become perfect embodiments of corruption during Dracorage episodes, using their natural talents for manipulation to spread chaos and discord far beyond their immediate reach. They employ their networks of agents and allies, not to achieve long-term objectives, but to create maximum suffering and confusion in the shortest possible time. Their corruption becomes an end in itself, rather than a means to achieve power. Black dragons in the throes of madness become living embodiments of entropy, seeking to corrupt and destroy everything they encounter, purely for the satisfaction of watching order dissolve into chaos. They abandon their normal preference for swamp environments, emerging to spread their influence across any terrain they encounter. Their very presence begins to corrupt the land itself, turning fertile fields into fetid marshes and clear streams into poisonous quagmires. White dragons, already the most primal of their kind, become virtually indistinguishable from natural disasters when affected by Dracorage. They descend from their mountain lairs like avalanches of fury, destroying everything in their path without thought or plan. Their attacks are pure expressions of elemental rage, unstoppable forces that can only be endured rather than reasoned with or deflected. Even the typically neutral gem dragons are not immune to the King Killer Star's influence, though their madness takes different forms than their metallic and chromatic cousins. Crystal dragons become obsessed with achieving perfect clarity through the elimination of all complexity, seeking to reduce the world to simple geometric forms that match their crystalline nature. Emerald dragons turn their vast knowledge of natural cycles into weapons, using their understanding of ecosystem relationships to create cascading failures that destroy entire biomes. Sapphire dragons in the grip of Dracorage use their mastery over earth and stone to reshape entire landscapes, according to their fevered visions, creating geological upheavals that can affect regions hundreds of miles from their lairs. Topaz dragons abandon their role as neutral mediators, instead using their diplomatic skills to incite conflicts between groups that had previously coexisted peacefully. Amethyst dragons, most terrible of all, employ their transcendent understanding of cosmic forces to create paradoxes and contradictions that threaten the very fabric of reality itself. The metallic dragons, despite their innately noble nature, are perhaps the most tragic victims of Dracorage precisely because their fall from grace is so complete and devastating. Gold dragons, the wisest and most revered of all dragonkind, become tyrants whose demands for absolute obedience brook no dissent or delay. Their justice becomes arbitrary punishment, their protection becomes suffocating control, and their wisdom becomes dogmatic pronouncement that admits no questioning or debate. Silver dragons transform from champions of justice into zealots, who see corruption and evil in every action that does not perfectly align with their increasingly rigid moral standards. They begin launching crusades against innocent communities, convinced that minor infractions or moral ambiguities represent existential threats that must be eliminated immediately and completely. Bronze dragons abandon their role as coastal guardians, instead using their mastery over water to create devastating floods and storms that destroy the very communities they once protected. Their noble dedication to maritime safety becomes an obsession with eliminating all sea travel, viewing every vessel as a potential threat to the oceanic order they are determined to impose. Copper dragons, normally the most light-hearted of metallics, become cruel jesters whose humor turns vicious and whose pranks become elaborate torture schemes, designed to cause maximum psychological suffering. Their wit becomes cutting sarcasm, their jokes become humiliating torments, and their laughter becomes the sound of madness itself. Brass dragons transform their love of conversation into interrogation sessions that can last for days, using their vast knowledge and patient personalities to break down the mental defenses of anyone unfortunate enough to encounter them. Their scholarly pursuits become obsessions with extracting and cataloging every secret their victims possess, regardless of the psychological damage inflicted in the process. The historical impact of Dracorage cycles extends far beyond the immediate destruction caused by individual mad dragons. These episodes have fundamentally shaped the relationship between dragonkind and the younger races, creating cycles of cooperation and conflict that have influenced the development of entire civilizations. Periods when the King Killer Star remains absent from the sky see the gradual rebuilding of trust between dragons and mortals, with beneficial relationships developing between wise worms and enlightened rulers. But the knowledge that madness could strike again at any time prevents these relationships from ever achieving the depth and stability they might otherwise attain. Even the most benevolent dragons are viewed with suspicion by those who remember stories of previous Dracorage episodes, while even the most trusting mortals maintain contingency plans for dealing with their draconic allies should madness overtake them once again. The younger races have developed various strategies for surviving Dracorage episodes over the centuries, ranging from elaborate early warning systems designed to detect the first signs of draconic madness to underground shelters and hidden cities where populations can take refuge during the worst periods of destruction. Some kingdoms have treaties with metallic dragons that include specific protocols for dealing with Dracorage episodes, while others maintain standing armies equipped specifically for dragon combat. Perhaps most tragically, the Dracorage has created a self-perpetuating cycle of mistrust and conflict that extends far beyond the actual periods of star-induced madness. Dragons who remember their actions during previous episodes often become consumed with guilt and shame, leading to self-imposed isolation that deprives the world of their wisdom and protection. Mortals who have survived dragon attacks during Dracorage episodes pass down their fear and hatred to subsequent generations, creating cultural attitudes that view all dragons as inherently dangerous, regardless of their individual character or intentions. The recovery period following each Dracorage episode brings its own unique challenges and tragedies. Dragons emerging from their madness must confront the reality of what they have done while under the star's influence, the innocents they have killed, the treasures they have destroyed, the relationships they have ruined through their uncontrolled fury. Some never recover from this knowledge, choosing to end their own existence rather than live with the weight of their actions. Others attempt to make amends through acts of heroic service or spectacular generosity, but these efforts often fall short of true redemption in the eyes of those who suffered during their madness. The very immortality that makes dragons such formidable beings works against them in these circumstances, ensuring that both their victims and they themselves will remember their crimes for centuries to come. And so we see that the Dracorage represents one of the cruelest ironies in the cosmic order, a phenomenon that transforms the mightiest and wisest beings in creation into their own worst enemies, that turns protectors into destroyers and guardians into tyrants. It serves as a reminder that no one, regardless of their power or wisdom, is immune to forces beyond their control, and that the true test of character lies not in avoiding all mistakes, but in how we respond to the consequences of our failures when reason returns and the full weight of our actions becomes clear. Chapter 8. Dragonborn Children of the Ancient Bloodline. Identity is perhaps the most fundamental quest of all conscious beings, for without understanding our origins, we cannot truly comprehend our purpose or our destiny. When that search for identity becomes entangled with bloodlines that stretch back to the dawn of creation itself, the journey becomes not merely personal but cosmic in scope. In the Dragonborn, we encounter a people caught between worlds, bearing the unmistakable mark of Draconic heritage, yet walking upright among the younger races, possessing echoes of ancient power, yet bound by mortal limitations, forever seeking to understand their place in a universe where their very existence raises questions that may have no answers. The Dragonborn stand as living mysteries, humanoid beings whose draconic features proclaim their connection to the great worms, while their upright stance and social nature align them more closely with humans, elves, and other bipedal races. Their scales gleam with metallic or chromatic hues that mirror those of their distant cousins. Their breath carries echoes of elemental power, and their bearing often reflects the pride and nobility that characterizes all children of dragons. Yet, for all these draconic traits, they remain fundamentally different from true dragons. Mortal, where their cousins are immortal. Social, where dragons are solitary, driven by community bonds, where dragons pursue individual glory. The origins of the Dragonborn race remain shrouded in mystery and contradiction, with different cultures and scholarly traditions offering competing explanations that cannot be easily reconciled. Some ancient texts speak of them as the children of unions between dragons and mortals, the offspring of relationships that bridged the gap between the immortal and the ephemeral. Others describe them as the result of magical experiments conducted by powerful wizards seeking to create servants who combined human intelligence with draconic power. Still other sources suggest they are the descendants of humans who were transformed by prolonged exposure to draconic magic, or the survivors of civilizations that existed under direct dragon rule for so many generations that they gradually absorbed their masters' characteristics. Perhaps most intriguingly, certain draconic sources hint at a far more complex origin, that the Dragonborn represent not derivatives of existing races, but rather an entirely separate branch of creation that emerged from the same primordial forces that gave rise to the first dragons. According to these accounts, when the cosmic forces of creation were shaping the earliest forms of life, they produced not one but multiple expressions of draconic essence, the great worms who would become the apex predators and rulers of the world, and the Dragonborn, who would serve as bridges between draconic power and mortal society. This theory suggests that the Dragonborn were always intended to fulfill a unique role in the cosmic order, beings who could understand both the mortal need for community and cooperation, and the draconic drive for individual excellence and achievement. They would be the interpreters who could explain draconic wisdom to mortal minds, and the ambassadors who could represent mortal concerns to draconic courts. In this view, their apparent limitations compared to true dragons are not flaws or degradations, but features designed to allow them to function in social environments where raw power must be balanced against collective needs. Regardless of their ultimate origins, Dragonborn societies have developed distinctive characteristics that set them apart from both their draconic heritage and their mortal neighbors. They organize themselves into clan structures that reflect draconic territorial instincts, while maintaining the cooperative bonds necessary for community survival. These clans typically align themselves with specific draconic colorations and the associated elemental affinities. Bronze Dragonborn gravitate toward coastal regions and maritime occupations. Gold Dragonborn often become scholars and leaders. Red Dragonborn frequently pursue military careers, and so forth. The internal hierarchy of Dragonborn clans reflects their understanding of draconic values adapted to community needs. Leadership is typically earned rather than inherited, with positions going to those who demonstrate the greatest combination of wisdom, strength, and dedication to the clan's welfare. This meritocratic approach mirrors the way dragons achieve dominance within their own social structures, while acknowledging that Dragonborn communities require more collaborative leadership styles than individual dragons would accept. Dragonborn cultural values emphasize honor, loyalty, and the pursuit of excellence in ways that clearly reflect their draconic heritage, while adapting these principles to social contexts. Honor among Dragonborn extends beyond personal reputation to encompass the standing of their entire clan, creating powerful incentives for individual excellence that serves collective goals. Loyalty is understood not as blind obedience, but as the willingness to sacrifice personal gain for the greater good of the community, a concept that would be foreign to most true dragons, but essential for Dragonborn survival. The pursuit of excellence takes many forms within Dragonborn society, from martial prowess and magical ability to craftsmanship and scholarly achievement. Unlike dragons who typically focus their energies on accumulating personal power and treasure, Dragonborn channel their drive for excellence into endeavors that benefit their communities and enhance their clan's reputation. This redirection of draconic ambition towards social goals creates dynamic, achievement-oriented cultures that often surpass their neighbors in specific areas of expertise. The relationship between Dragonborn and true dragons remains one of the most complex and emotionally charged aspects of Dragonborn existence. Individual dragons react to Dragonborn in widely varying ways, with responses ranging from contemptuous dismissal to protective paternalism to genuine curiosity about these apparent relatives. Some dragons view Dragonborn as inferior copies of themselves, pale shadows of true draconic glory that serve mainly to remind observers of the vast gap between authentic power and mere resemblance. Others see in the Dragonborn evidence of their own species' evolutionary potential, beings who represent what dragons might become if they embraced cooperation over competition and community over individualism. These dragons often take protective or mentoring roles toward Dragonborn communities, offering guidance and protection in exchange for the opportunity to study how draconic traits express themselves in social contexts. Perhaps most significantly, some ancient dragons regard Dragonborn as the key to understanding their own nature more completely. These worms recognize that by observing how draconic characteristics manifest in beings who must function within communities, and navigate complex social relationships, they can gain insights into the fundamental nature of dragonness itself. Such dragons may establish formal relationships with Dragonborn clans, serving as patrons or advisors, while pursuing their own scholarly interests in the nature of their shared heritage. The Dragonborn perspective on their relationship with true dragons is equally complex and often painful. Many Dragonborn feel an instinctive reverence for dragons that goes beyond rational admiration, experiencing in their presence something akin to what mortals might feel when encountering their gods. This reaction often puzzles and disturbs Dragonborn, who pride themselves on their independence and self-reliance, yet find themselves overwhelmed by emotions they cannot fully understand or control when confronted with their ancient cousins. At the same time, many Dragonborn struggle with feelings of inadequacy when comparing themselves to true dragons. They possess echoes of draconic power, breath weapons that pale beside a dragon's devastating exhalations, scales that provide protection but cannot deflect the mightiest weapons, lifespans that exceed those of most mortals, but represent mere moments compared to draconic immortality. This combination of similarity and limitation can create profound identity crises as Dragonborn attempt to understand whether they represent the pinnacle of mortal evolution or the degraded remnants of something far greater. Some Dragonborn respond to these feelings by dedicating themselves to becoming as dragon-like as possible, pursuing magical enhancement, physical transformation, or spiritual practices designed to awaken their dormant draconic potential. These individuals often become obsessed with proving themselves worthy of their heritage, sometimes pursuing dangerous quests or attempting feats of power that exceed their capabilities in hopes of earning recognition from true dragons. Others take the opposite approach, deliberately emphasizing their mortal characteristics and social bonds as proof that they represent something unique and valuable, rather than merely diminished dragons. These Dragonborn focus on achievements that are specifically communal in nature, building cities, establishing trade networks, creating works of art that require collaborative effort, or developing philosophical systems that reconcile individual excellence with collective welfare. The magical abilities of Dragonborn reflect their intermediate position between mortals and dragons in fascinating ways. Their breath weapons, while far less powerful than those of true dragons, demonstrate the same basic principles of elemental manipulation and energy projection. Dragonborn scholars who have studied these abilities suggest that they represent not weakened versions of draconic powers, but rather specialized adaptations designed for different purposes than those served by full dragon breath weapons. Where a dragon's breath weapon is designed for maximum destruction and territorial dominance, Dragonborn breath weapons appear optimized for precision applications and social contexts. They can be used as tools for specific tasks, lighting fires, melting ice, creating fog for concealment, or generating electrical charges for various purposes, rather than simply as weapons of mass destruction. This functional specialization reinforces the theory that Dragonborn were designed to fill roles that true dragons cannot or will not fulfill. The magical traditions developed by Dragonborn communities reflect their unique position in several important ways. Unlike dragons who typically pursue magic as a means of enhancing their individual power, Dragonborn magical practices often emphasize cooperation and shared effort. They have developed spellcasting techniques that allow multiple practitioners to combine their energies, ritual practices that strengthen community bonds while achieving magical effects, and enchantment methods that create items designed for collective use rather than personal advantage. Dragonborn sorcerers represent particularly interesting cases, as their magical abilities appear to stem directly from their draconic heritage rather than learned techniques or divine intervention. These individuals often experience their powers as connections to ancestral memories or inherited instincts that guide them toward specific magical practices. Some Dragonborn sorcerers report experiencing visions or dreams that seem to come from dragon ancestors, suggesting that their draconic bloodline may carry more than just physical characteristics. The architectural and artistic traditions of Dragonborn communities clearly reflect their heritage, while adapting draconic aesthetics to communal needs. Their buildings often incorporate features that would be familiar to anyone who has studied dragon lairs: preference for stone construction, emphasis on defensible positions, architectural elements that showcase wealth and power, but adapted for multiple occupants rather than solitary dwellers. Dragonborn cities feature communal spaces that serve functions similar to dragon hoards, areas where the clan's collective achievements and treasures are displayed for all to appreciate. Dragonborn art often focuses on themes of heritage and identity, with many works exploring the relationship between their people and their draconic cousins. Their craftsmanship frequently incorporates dragon motifs and symbols, not as mere decoration, but as statements of identity and aspiration. The finest Dragonborn artisans often specialize in creating items that enhance or complement their natural draconic abilities: armor that works with their scales, weapons that channel their breath weapons, or tools that amplify their natural strength and endurance. The military traditions of Dragonborn communities reflect their unique combination of individual prowess and cooperative instincts. Their fighting styles typically emphasize formations and tactics that allow warriors to support each other while still showcasing individual skills, creating military doctrines that would be effective against both conventional armies and individual powerful opponents like dragons or giants. Dragonborn warriors often specialize in techniques that make the most of their natural advantages: breath weapons that can be coordinated for devastating combined effects, scales that provide protection allowing for more aggressive tactics, and physical strength that enables the use of weapons too heavy for most other races. Their military organizations typically feature clear hierarchies based on proven ability rather than inherited rank, reflecting both their draconic heritage's emphasis on individual achievement and their social nature's need for coordinated leadership. The spiritual and philosophical traditions of Dragonborn communities grapple with fundamental questions about the nature of their existence and their relationship to the cosmic order. Many Dragonborn religions focus on the worship of Bahamut and Tiamat, seeing in these dragon deities reflections of their own dual nature, the potential for both nobility and corruption that exists within all beings who carry draconic heritage. These religious traditions often emphasize the concept of choice and personal responsibility in ways that distinguish them from both draconic and purely mortal spiritual practices. Where dragons might see their nature as fixed and immutable, and where mortals might feel constrained by their limitations, Dragonborn spirituality typically focuses on the opportunities and responsibilities that come with their unique position between these extremes. Dragonborn philosophers have developed sophisticated theories about the nature of identity, heritage, and purpose that reflect their people's unique circumstances. These philosophical traditions often explore questions about whether identity is determined by origin or by choice, whether power brings responsibility or merely opportunity, and whether the individual's highest calling lies in personal achievement or service to the community. And so we see that the Dragonborn represent one of the most fascinating examples of adaptation and identity in the known universe, beings who have taken the raw material of draconic heritage and shaped it into something entirely new and unique. They remind us that identity is not simply a matter of bloodline or origin, but of choice and purpose, that strength can serve many masters, and that the greatest achievements often come, not from pursuing power for its own sake, but from using whatever gifts we possess in service of something greater than ourselves. Chapter 9: Dragon Magic and Draconic Secrets. Magic is the language in which the universe speaks to itself, the fundamental force that transforms possibility into reality and dream into substance. While lesser beings must learn to harness magic through study, discipline, and external tools, there exist creatures for whom magic is not something they wield, but something they are. Beings whose very existence represents the marriage of consciousness and cosmic force. In dragons, we encounter the purest expression of this unity, creatures who do not merely use magic but embody it, whose breath is elemental force, given form, and whose thoughts can reshape the fabric of reality itself through the sheer power of their will. To understand draconic magic is to peer into the very heart of creation, for dragons represent the living bridge between the raw chaos of elemental force and the ordered structures of conscious intent. They are beings who exist simultaneously in the physical world and the realm of pure magic, creatures whose bodies serve as conduits for energies that would tear lesser beings apart. Their scales are not merely armor, but crystallized magic that stores and channels power across decades and centuries. Their breath weapons are not simply biological functions, but manifestations of their connection to the fundamental forces that govern reality. The relationship between dragons and magic differs fundamentally from that of any other creature in the known universe. Mortal spellcasters must learn to access magical energies through external means, memorizing formulaic patterns, invoking divine assistance, channeling natural forces, or drawing upon inherited bloodlines that contain mere echoes of greater power. Dragons, by contrast, exist as permanent openings between the material world and the raw stuff of creation itself. Magic flows through them as naturally as blood flows through mortal veins, requiring no conscious effort to maintain and no external focus to direct. This innate connection to magical forces manifests in ways that go far beyond the obvious displays of draconic power. Every dragon exists within a permanent field of magical energy that subtly but constantly influences its environment. The very air around an ancient dragon carries traces of magic so concentrated that sensitive individuals can feel it as a physical pressure, while magical items in their presence often exhibit enhanced or altered properties due to prolonged exposure to such intense mystical emanations. The magical aura that surrounds every dragon serves multiple functions beyond mere intimidation. It acts as a passive defense system, automatically deflecting or absorbing hostile magical energies that might threaten the dragon. It serves as a communication medium, allowing dragons to sense the presence and emotional state of other magical beings across vast distances. Most importantly, it functions as a repository of accumulated magical experience, storing the echoes of every spell the dragon has cast, every magical effect it has encountered, and every mystical secret it has learned throughout its extended existence. Dragon scales represent one of the most fascinating aspects of draconic magic, for they serve functions that extend far beyond mere physical protection. Each scale is essentially a living magical focus, a crystallized fragment of the dragon's essence that stores and channels magical energy according to the creature's will. The arrangement of scales across a dragon's body creates complex geometric patterns that function as permanent runic inscriptions, directing the flow of magical force in ways that enhance the dragon's natural abilities while providing protection against specific types of mystical attack. The color and texture of dragon scales directly reflect their magical properties and elemental affinities. Red dragon scales burn with inner fire that never dims, serving as living furnaces that can ignite materials through mere contact while storing virtually unlimited amounts of thermal energy. Blue dragon scales crackle with electrical potential, creating a constant field of static charge that can be discharged at will while providing immunity to lightning-based attacks. The scales of metallic dragons gleam with divine radiance that repels undead and evil creatures, while enhancing the dragon's natural majesty and authority. Perhaps most remarkably, dragon scales continue to function as magical conduits, even after being separated from their original owner. Items crafted from dragon scales retain traces of the creature's magical essence, granting their wielders access to diminished versions of draconic abilities, while serving as focuses for magic that resonates with the dragon's elemental nature. This property has made dragon scales among the most sought-after components for magical item creation, though obtaining them requires either the dragon's cooperation or its death, both equally difficult propositions. The breath weapons of dragons represent the most visible and devastating expression of their magical nature, yet they are far more complex than mere elemental attacks. Each type of dragon breath weapon embodies a different aspect of cosmic force. Red dragons channel the creative fire of stellar cores. Blue dragons harness the destructive lightning of primordial storms. Green dragons weaponize the corrosive power of entropy itself. Black dragons breathe forth the acid that dissolves all bonds between matter, and white dragons exhale the absolute cold that represents the final cessation of all motion and energy. These breath weapons are not merely biological functions, but conscious manifestations of the dragon's will imposed upon reality through magical force. An ancient dragon can modulate the intensity, range, and specific effects of its breath weapon with the precision of a master artist working with familiar tools. They can create devastating attacks that melt castle walls, or gentle effects that warm a room, targeted strikes that affect single individuals, or widespread emanations that influence entire armies. The magical traditions unique to Dragonkind represent some of the oldest and most powerful forms of spellcasting known to exist. These techniques, passed down through draconic bloodlines and refined over millennia of practice, operate on principles that differ fundamentally from the magic employed by other creatures. Where mortal magic typically requires external components, specific gestures, and carefully pronounced incantations, draconic magic flows directly from the caster's will and understanding, shaped by thought alone and limited primarily by the dragon's knowledge and imagination. Draconic spellcasting employs what scholars term primal magic, direct manipulation of the fundamental forces that underlie all magical phenomena, rather than the derivative techniques that most creatures must employ. This allows dragons to achieve effects that would be impossible for other casters, creating new spells through pure intuition, modifying existing magical formulae in real time, and combining different schools of magic in ways that violate conventional understanding of how mystical energies interact. The verbal components of draconic magic, when they are employed at all, consist of words in the ancient draconic language that carry power beyond mere semantic meaning. Each syllable of true draconic resonates with magical force, creating vibrations that can reshape reality through sound alone. Ancient dragons can speak words that function as permanent magical effects, creating lasting changes in the world through the simple act of declaration. The most powerful draconic incantations are said to be single words that encapsulate entire concepts, allowing the speaker to invoke complex magical effects through utterances that would take mortal spellcasters hours of preparation to achieve. The relationship between dragons and magical items represents another unique aspect of draconic mysticism. Unlike other creatures who must study magical items to understand their properties and limitations, dragons possess an intuitive understanding of enchanted objects that allows them to identify and employ any magical effect almost instantaneously. This natural affinity extends to the creation of magical items, as dragons can imbue objects with mystical properties through direct contact, breathing upon them, or simply willing magical effects into existence within their presence. Dragon hoards serve purposes far more complex and mystically significant than mere accumulation of wealth for its own sake. Each carefully assembled collection functions as a massive magical focus, with individual items arranged according to principles of sympathetic resonance that amplify the dragon's natural abilities, while creating fields of concentrated magical energy. The specific combination of materials, magical properties, and geometric arrangements found in dragon hoards can produce effects that exceed the sum of their individual components, creating localized distortions in the fabric of reality that enhance the dragon's power while serving as resources for magical research and experimentation. Ancient dragons often spend centuries perfecting the arrangements of their hoards, constantly adjusting the positions of individual items to achieve optimal magical resonance, while adding new pieces that complement and enhance the overall effect. The most sophisticated hoards function as three-dimensional magical formulae, physical representations of abstract mystical principles that allow the dragon to perform feats of magic that would be impossible without such elaborate focusing arrays. The treasures that dragons collect are chosen not merely for their material value, but for their magical properties and symbolic significance. Gems serve as storage devices for magical energy, metals provide conductive pathways for mystical force, and artifacts contribute their own enchantments to the overall magical ecosystem of the hoard. The arrangement of these elements follows principles derived from ancient Draconic knowledge of how magical energies flow and interact, creating patterns that channel and amplify power in specific ways. The magical connection between dragons and their hordes extends beyond mere proximity to encompass a form of mystical symbiosis. Dragons can sense disturbances in their treasure collections from vast distances, perceive the magical properties of individual items through their connection to the horde as a whole, and even channel their own magical abilities through specific pieces in their collection. This connection becomes stronger over time, eventually reaching a point where the dragon and its horde function as a single magical entity with capabilities that exceed either component alone. The process by which dragons learn and develop new magical abilities differs significantly from the methods employed by other spellcasters. Rather than studying written texts or receiving instruction from teachers, dragons acquire magical knowledge through direct experience and intuitive understanding. They can learn new spells by observing their effects, reverse engineer magical phenomena through careful analysis, and develop entirely new forms of magic by combining their understanding of fundamental forces with their vast experience and powerful intuition. This natural approach to magical learning allows dragons to achieve levels of sophistication and power that are effectively impossible for other creatures. Ancient dragons often possess magical knowledge that spans every school and tradition, having accumulated understanding through centuries of experimentation and observation. They serve as living libraries of mystical lore, repositories of knowledge that cannot be found in any written source, because much of it exists only in their memories and personal experience. The magical experiments conducted by ancient dragons often involve projects that span centuries or millennia, requiring patience and persistence that only immortal beings can provide. These long-term investigations explore fundamental questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and magical force itself. Some dragons dedicate themselves to understanding the connections between different planes of existence. Others investigate the relationship between thought and physical reality, and still others pursue the ultimate goal of conscious evolution beyond the limitations of physical form. The results of these experiments occasionally produce effects that influence the wider world in profound ways. New forms of magic discovered by dragon researchers eventually spread to other spellcasters. Magical phenomena created by draconic experiments can alter entire regions or planes of existence, and theoretical insights gained through dragon studies often revolutionize mortal understanding of how magic functions at fundamental levels. The connection between dragons and the weave, the fundamental fabric of magical energy that permeates all existence, represents perhaps the deepest and most mysterious aspect of draconic magic. Dragons exist in a state of permanent communion with the weave that allows them to perceive its structure, manipulate its currents, and even repair damage to its fabric when necessary. This connection makes them invaluable allies in times when the weave itself comes under threat, as they can serve as conduits for repairing magical damage that would be beyond the capabilities of any other creatures. Some scholars theorize that dragons were specifically created to serve as guardians and maintainers of the weave, beings whose immortality and magical power make them ideally suited to preserve the integrity of magical forces across cosmic timescales. This theory suggests that the dragon's natural tendency to accumulate magical knowledge and items represents not mere greed, but an instinctive drive to preserve and protect the tools and understanding necessary for maintaining magical stability. And so we see that draconic magic represents far more than mere supernatural ability. It is the visible expression of the dragon's fundamental role as bridges between the material and mystical realms, as living embodiments of the forces that govern reality itself. Their magic reminds us that true power lies not in dominating external forces, but in achieving perfect harmony with the fundamental principles that govern existence, and that the greatest magical achievements come not from forcing reality to bend to our will, but from understanding our place within the cosmic order and working in partnership with the forces that shape all things. Chapter 10. Dracoliches, Undeath, and Eternal Ambition. There exists no more terrifying perversion of the natural order than the willful rejection of life's sacred cycle in pursuit of power that transcends mortal limitations. When beings of immense magical ability choose to embrace undeath rather than accept the inevitable passage of time, they create abominations that mock both the beauty of life and the dignity of death. In the Dracoliches, we encounter the ultimate expression of this cosmic blasphemy, creatures who have taken the already terrible might of ancient dragons and corrupted it with the cold hunger of undeath, creating beings whose very existence represents a wound in the fabric of reality itself. The transformation from living dragon to undead Dracolich is not a fate that befalls these mighty creatures through accident or external curse, but a deliberate choice made by individuals whose ambition has grown so vast that they cannot bear the thought of their schemes being interrupted by something so mundane as natural death. These are dragons who have lived for millennia, accumulated power beyond mortal comprehension, and achieved mastery over forces that reshape continents, yet find themselves confronted by the one enemy that no amount of strength or cunning can ultimately defeat: the passage of time itself. Even ancient dragons, for all their tremendous longevity, are not truly immortal in the way that gods or fundamental forces of nature exist beyond the reach of time. As the centuries pass and millennia accumulate, even the mightiest worms begin to feel the subtle signs of their eventual mortality. Not the rapid decay that claims shorter-lived creatures, but the gradual realization that their plans and schemes operate on timescales that exceed even their extended lifespans. It is this recognition of ultimate limitation that drives certain dragons to seek alternatives to natural death, leading them down paths that transform their noble or terrible magnificence into something far more sinister. The process of becoming a Dracolich requires more than mere magical knowledge or mystical power. It demands a fundamental corruption of the dragon's essential nature that goes beyond simple moral compromise into the realm of cosmic violation. The ritual that transforms a living dragon into an undead creature requires the willing sacrifice of everything that makes life precious, the deliberate rejection of all connections to the natural order, and the embrace of energies that exist in direct opposition to the forces of creation and growth. This transformation cannot be undertaken lightly or in haste, for it requires years or even decades of preparation, during which the aspiring Dracolich must gradually sever their ties to the living world while accumulating the knowledge and materials necessary for the ritual. They must study the darkest forms of necromancy, forge alliances with entities from the negative energy plane, and construct phylacteries capable of containing their essence even after their physical form has been destroyed and reanimated. The phylactery represents perhaps the most crucial component of the Dracolich transformation, for it serves as the vessel that will contain the dragon's soul after their original body has been destroyed and reconstructed through necromantic power. Creating such an item requires not only tremendous magical skill, but also a willingness to bind one's very essence to a physical object in ways that create permanent vulnerabilities. The phylactery must be crafted from materials that can withstand the enormous magical energies involved in housing a dragon's soul, while being concealed and protected against the inevitable attempts by enemies to locate and destroy it. Most Dracolich phylacteries take the form of precious gems or metallic objects that reflect the dragon's original nature and elemental affinities, but enhanced through necromantic processes that transform them into receptacles for undead essence. These items become focal points for negative energy so intense that their mere presence can drain the life from living creatures, while serving as conduits through which the Dracolich can project its power across vast distances. The actual transformatio, Narration ritual, represents one of the most horrific magical procedures ever devised, requiring the dragon to poison itself with substances specifically designed to kill creatures of its type, while simultaneously casting spells that will capture its departing soul and bind it to the prepared phylactery. The process involves not just physical death, but the deliberate corruption of the dragon's magical essence, transforming the life force that once powered their natural abilities into the cold hunger that drives all forms of undeath. Dragons who survive this transformation emerge as beings that retain their memories, personalities, and accumulated knowledge, while gaining the terrible advantages that come with undead existence. They no longer require food, sleep, or air, making them immune to many forms of attack that would threaten living creatures. They gain resistance or immunity to numerous forms of damage, while developing new abilities that draw upon negative energy to drain life from their enemies or corrupt the environments around them. Yet these advantages come at a price that extends far beyond the obvious moral implications of embracing undeath. Dracoliches lose their connection to the natural magical currents that sustained their living forms, forcing them to draw power from sources that align with their undead nature. They become creatures of pure intellect and will, freed from the biological drives that motivated their living selves, but also cut off from the emotional and instinctual responses that provided depth and meaning to their existence. The personality changes that accompany Dracolich transformation are subtle but profound, representing a fundamental shift in how these creatures perceive and interact with the world around them. Living dragons, for all their pride and ambition, retain connections to the natural world that influence their decisions, and provide frameworks for understanding their place in the cosmic order. Dracoliches exist outside these natural frameworks, becoming creatures of pure intellect and ambition, untempered by the biological drives that once provided balance to their personalities. This psychological transformation often manifests as an increased focus on long-term schemes and abstract goals, at the expense of immediate pleasures or emotional satisfactions. Dracoliches pursue objectives that span centuries or millennia, with single-minded determination that would be impossible for living creatures to maintain, but they do so without the passionate engagement that once made their pursuits meaningful. They become master strategists whose plans unfold across generations, yet they often lose sight of the purposes that originally motivated their transformation. The relationship between Dracoliches and other forms of undead reflects their unique position as creatures who chose undeath from a position of strength rather than having it forced upon them through death or external curse. Most undead creatures exist as shadows or perversions of their former selves, driven by simple hungers or bound to the will of their creators. Dracoliches retain their full intellectual capacity and personal agency, while gaining the ability to command and control lesser undead through the sheer force of their presence and will. This ability to dominate other undead creatures makes Dracoliches natural leaders in undead hierarchies, beings around whom entire armies of zombies, skeletons, and more sophisticated undead can organize themselves. Their intelligence allows them to employ these undead forces with strategic sophistication that far exceeds what most necromancers could achieve, while their magical power provides the energy necessary to maintain and control vast numbers of undead servants simultaneously. The relationship between Dracoliches and living dragons represents one of the most complex and emotionally charged dynamics in all of Draconic society. Most living dragons view Dracoliches with a mixture of horror, disgust, and fascination that reflects their own fears about mortality and the temptations of power. The existence of Dracoliches serves as a constant reminder that even dragons must eventually face death, while also presenting an alternative that many find simultaneously attractive and repulsive. Some living dragons see Dracoliches as cautionary tales about the dangers of allowing ambition to override natural wisdom, viewing their undead cousins as objects of pity who have traded their essential nature for a hollow semblance of immortality. Others regard them with grudging respect for their willingness to transcend natural limitations, recognizing in their transformation a form of ultimate dedication to the pursuit of power and knowledge that commands a certain terrible admiration. The cult of the dragon represents the most organized effort to promote and facilitate the transformation of living dragons into Dracoliches, serving as both a religious organization dedicated to the worship of undead dragons and a practical network of resources for dragons considering the transformation. Founded by visionaries who believed that Dracoliches represented the next stage of draconic evolution, the cult provides the knowledge, materials, and magical assistance necessary for dragons to undergo the transformation, while building power structures that will support and serve the newly created Dracoliches. Cult doctrine portrays the choice to become a Dracolich not as corruption or perversion, but as transcendence, the willingness to sacrifice temporary biological existence for eternal intellectual and magical perfection. Their teachings emphasize the limitations that mortality places on achievement and the opportunities that undeath provides for pursuing goals that exceed the scope of any single natural lifetime. They present Dracoliches as living examples of what dragons can become when they refuse to accept the constraints that nature attempts to impose upon their ambitions. The practical services provided by the cult of the dragon extend far beyond mere ideological support to encompass the complex logistics required for successful Dracolic transformation. Cult members include necromancers, specializing in undead creation, artificers capable of crafting suitable phylacteries, scholars who maintain libraries of the necessary ritual knowledge, and agents who can acquire the rare materials and exotic components required for the transformation process. Perhaps most importantly, the cult provides security and support networks for newly created Dracoliches during the vulnerable period immediately following their transformation. The transition from living dragon to undead creature involves significant risks and challenges that can leave even ancient worms temporarily weakened and disoriented. Cult resources help ensure that new Dracoliches survive this critical period, while providing them with the infrastructure necessary to establish themselves in their new existence. The political and military implications of Dracoliches' existence extend far beyond their individual capabilities to encompass their role as focal points for undead organization and expansion. A single powerful Dracolich can serve as the foundation for undead empires that threaten entire regions, providing the intelligence, magical power, and strategic vision necessary to coordinate campaigns that span decades or centuries. Their immunity to many forms of attack, and their ability to project power through phylacteries, make them nearly impossible to eliminate through conventional military means. Dracoliches often establish domains in regions where the boundary between life and death grows thin, ancient battlefields soaked with blood and negative energy, abandoned cities where disease and despair have created permanent zones of desolation, or mystical sites where connections to the negative energy plane provide enhanced power for undead creatures. These territories serve as bases for expansion and experimentation, laboratories where Dracoliches can pursue research into ever more terrible forms of undeath, while building the resources necessary for larger conquests. The magical research conducted by Dracoliches often focuses on pushing the boundaries of necromantic knowledge beyond anything attempted by living practitioners. Their undead nature provides them with insights into the mechanics of death and negative energy that remain hidden from creatures who retain connections to life, while their extended existence allows them to pursue experimental programs that require centuries of careful observation and refinement. Some Dracoliches dedicate themselves to developing new forms of undead creatures that combine the best characteristics of various types while eliminating their traditional weaknesses. Others focus on techniques for corrupting and transforming large areas of terrain into undead-friendly environments where negative energy flows freely and living creatures cannot long survive. Still others pursue the ultimate goal of achieving forms of undeath that transcend physical existence entirely, becoming pure intellectual entities, unbound by any material constraints. The relationship between Dracoliches and divine forces represents another complex aspect of their existence that distinguishes them from both living dragons and conventional undead. Most undead creatures exist in direct opposition to deities associated with life, healing, and positive energy, while maintaining various forms of connection to gods of death, decay, and destruction. Dracoliches occupy a more ambiguous position, having chosen their undead state rather than having it imposed upon them, and often retaining enough of their original personality to maintain complex relationships with various divine powers. Some Dracoliches attempt to forge new relationships with deities, who appreciate their willingness to transcend natural limitations, seeking divine patronage for their undead existence, while offering their enhanced capabilities in service of cosmic goals that align with their new nature. Others reject divine influence entirely, viewing gods as merely another form of limitation to be overcome through personal power and determination. And so we see that Dracoliches represent the ultimate expression of ambition, untempered by wisdom, beings who have achieved a form of immortality that preserves their intellectual capabilities while severing their connections to everything that makes existence meaningful. They stand as warnings about the dangers of pursuing power for its own sake, reminders that the greatest achievements mean nothing if they require us to sacrifice our essential humanity, or in their case, their essential dragon nature, in the process. Their existence poses fundamental questions about the relationship between power and purpose, between immortality and identity, between what we can achieve and what we should aspire to become. Chapter 11. Dragon Slayers and the Age of Heroes. Courage is perhaps the most paradoxical of all virtues, for it requires the simultaneous acknowledgement of overwhelming danger and the decision to face it regardless of the odds. When that courage drives mortal beings to challenge creatures whose individual power exceeds that of entire armies, whose breath can melt castle walls, and whose claws can rend the strongest armor like parchment, we witness the birth of legends that transcend the boundaries of species and time. In the Dragon Slayers, we encounter mortals who dared to make themselves the equals of gods through sheer force of will, individuals whose impossible victories against Draconic might have inspired entire civilizations and fundamentally altered the relationship between the mighty and the weak. The Age of Dragon Slayers represents one of the most remarkable periods in the history of mortal achievement, an era when individual heroes proved that courage, skill, and determination could triumph over seemingly insurmountable odds. These were not merely warriors with exceptional abilities, but visionaries who understood that the future of civilization itself might depend on their willingness to challenge the supremacy of Dragonkind. They transformed what had once been unthinkable, mortals defeating dragons in single combat, into a grim profession that attracted the bravest and most skilled fighters from across the known world. The emergence of organized dragon slaying as both martial art and cultural phenomenon marked a fundamental shift in the balance of power between dragons and the younger races. For millennia, dragons had reigned supreme through a combination of raw physical might, magical superiority, and the psychological impact of their seemingly invincible nature. The first successful dragon slayers shattered this mystique of invincibility, proving that dragons could bleed, could be outmaneuvered, and could ultimately be defeated by mortals who possessed the right combination of courage, skill, and preparation. Sir Gareth the Dragon's Bane stands as perhaps the most celebrated figure in the annals of dragon slaying, a paladin whose holy mission led him to challenge and defeat no fewer than 7 ancient worms over the course of his legendary career. His first victory against the red dragon Pyraxes the Flame Tyrant established the tactical and spiritual principles that would guide dragon slayers for generations to come. Gareth understood that defeating a dragon required more than superior weaponry or martial skill. It demanded a fundamental understanding of draconic psychology and the willingness to exploit the very pride and arrogance that made dragons so formidable. Gareth's approach to dragon combat emphasized preparation, patience, and psychological warfare over direct confrontation. He spent months studying each target, learning their habits, identifying their weaknesses, and carefully orchestrating circumstances that would force the dragon to fight on terms favorable to a human opponent. His tactics often involved challenging dragons to single combat in locations of his choosing, using their own code of honor and competitive nature to limit their advantages while maximizing his own chances of survival. The weapons and armor employed by Gareth became templates for subsequent generations of dragon slayers. His enchanted blade, Dragonbane, was forged from meteoric iron and blessed by multiple deities, creating a weapon that could penetrate dragon scales while channeling divine energy that was particularly harmful to creatures of evil alignment. His armor incorporated scales from defeated dragons, providing protection against breath weapons while serving as psychological reminders of his previous victories. Perhaps most importantly, Gareth developed the spiritual discipline necessary to face dragons without being overwhelmed by their supernatural presence. Dragons possess an aura of fear that can paralyze or drive insane creatures of lesser will. But Gareth's unwavering faith and moral certainty provided him with immunity to such psychological attacks. His ability to remain calm and focused in the presence of ancient worms became as legendary as his combat prowess, inspiring other would-be dragon slayers to develop their own methods for overcoming the terror that dragons inspire. Lady Seraphina the Shadowbane represents a different approach to dragon slaying, one that emphasized stealth, precision, and the exploitation of environmental factors over direct martial confrontation. This elven ranger specialized in hunting chromatic dragons in their lairs, using her supernatural agility and intimate knowledge of wilderness environments to level the playing field against creatures whose raw power far exceeded her own. Seraphina's techniques revolutionized dragon slaying by demonstrating that victory could be achieved through careful exploitation of terrain and circumstances, rather than relying solely on superior equipment or divine assistance. She pioneered the use of natural hazards as weapons, luring dragons into positions where avalanches, rock slides, or volcanic activity could inflict damage that no mortal weapon could match. Her most famous victory involved collapsing an entire mountain peak onto the black dragon Malakar the Corruptor, using precisely placed explosive charges and her knowledge of geological weaknesses to bury the ancient worm beneath thousands of tons of stone. The ranger's approach required an entirely different set of skills and preparations than those employed by paladins like Gareth. She spent years studying dragon lairs and their geological features, learning to read the signs that indicated structural weaknesses or environmental vulnerabilities. Her equipment emphasized mobility and precision over raw defensive capability, featuring specially designed climbing gear, explosive devices, and weapons optimized for striking at specific vulnerable points on Draconic anatomy. Seraphina's greatest innovation was her development of what came to be known as the Patience Protocol, a systematic approach to dragon hunting that involved months or even years of careful observation and preparation before any actual confrontation took place. She would study her targets from concealment, mapping their movements, identifying their schedules, and looking for patterns that could be exploited. This methodical approach allowed her to choose the exact moment and location for each encounter, maximizing her advantages while minimizing the dragon's ability to bring its full power to bear. The wizard Aldrich Starweaver approached dragon slaying from an entirely different perspective, employing magical knowledge and arcane preparation to match dragons on their own mystical battlefield. Rather than relying on physical prowess or environmental advantages, Aldrich developed spellcasting techniques specifically designed to counter draconic abilities while exploiting the magical weaknesses that even ancient worms possessed. Aldrich's magical arsenal included spells that could neutralize dragon breath weapons, protective wards that could deflect physical attacks, and offensive magic that targeted the specific vulnerabilities associated with different types of dragons. His research into draconic anatomy and magical physiology revealed pressure points and energy flow patterns that could be disrupted through precisely applied magical force, allowing him to achieve effects that would normally require weapons far more powerful than any mortal could wield. The wizard's approach required extensive preparation and research before each encounter, as he needed to customize his spell selection and magical preparations for the specific type of dragon he intended to face. His magical laboratory contained detailed anatomical charts of different dragon types, extensive notes on their magical resistances and vulnerabilities, and carefully prepared spell components optimized for anti-dragon warfare. Perhaps most remarkably, Aldrich developed techniques for turning dragons' own magical nature against them, creating spell combinations that could overload their natural magical defenses or disrupt the energy flows that powered their breath weapons. His most famous victory involved defeating the ancient blue dragon Stormclaw by using a complex magical ritual that reversed the polarity of the creature's electrical breath weapon, causing it to discharge harmlessly while leaving the dragon temporarily powerless. The barbarian chieftain Thorak Ironbreaker represents the most primal and direct approach to dragon slaying, relying on raw physical might, berserker fury, and an absolute refusal to acknowledge the possibility of defeat. His victories against multiple red dragons established him as a legend among the northern tribes, while demonstrating that sheer courage and determination could sometimes overcome seemingly impossible odds. Thorak's approach to dragon combat emphasized aggression, momentum, and the psychological impact of fearless assault. He understood that dragons, despite their power, could be disconcerted by opponents who showed no fear and refused to be intimidated by displays of might. His battle tactics involved charging directly at his draconic opponents while roaring challenges that echoed across entire valleys, using his own overwhelming presence to disrupt the psychological warfare that dragons typically employed against their enemies. The weapons employed by Thorak were masterworks of both craftsmanship and magical enhancement, but they remained fundamentally simple tools designed for maximum impact rather than subtle exploitation of weakness. His great axe, Dragonbreaker, was forged from the heartstone of a mountain and enchanted with elemental fury that allowed it to cleave through dragon scales as easily as mortal flesh. His armor was crafted from the hide of defeated dragons, providing protection while serving as a visible reminder of his previous victories. Thorak's greatest innovation was his development of berserker techniques that allowed him to temporarily match or exceed draconic physical capabilities through sheer force of will and fury. His battle rage could enhance his strength to superhuman levels, while providing immunity to pain and fear that allowed him to continue fighting, even when mortally wounded. These techniques transformed him from a merely exceptional warrior into a force of nature that could meet dragons on their own terms of raw physical power. The cultural impact of these legendary dragon slayers extended far beyond their individual victories to encompass fundamental changes in how mortals viewed their relationship with dragons and their own potential for greatness. Their successes demonstrated that the seemingly insurmountable gap between mortal and draconic power could be bridged through the right combination of courage, skill, and preparation, inspiring countless others to attempt their own dragon hunting careers. The weapons and techniques developed by these pioneers became the foundation for entire schools of dragon slaying, with specialized guilds and training academies dedicated to preserving and refining the knowledge they had gained through their victories. These institutions attracted students from across the known world, individuals who sought to learn the secrets of defeating creatures that had once been considered invincible. The development of specialized anti-dragon weaponry represented one of the most significant technological advances of this era, as smiths and enchanters worked to create tools specifically designed for penetrating dragon scales, disrupting magical defenses, and inflicting the kinds of wounds that could bring down creatures of such immense size and vitality. These weapons often incorporated materials harvested from defeated dragons themselves, creating a cycle where each victory provided resources for future dragon slayers. The psychological impact of successful dragon slaying campaigns went far beyond the tactical advantages gained through eliminating specific threats. Each dragon slain served as proof that mortals need not accept subjugation or terror as their permanent condition, that courage and skill could triumph over apparently overwhelming odds. These victories inspired entire generations of heroes who applied the lessons learned from dragon slaying to other challenges, creating a cultural shift toward active resistance against tyranny and oppression. The relationship between dragon slayers and the dragons they hunted often became deeply personal, with individual conflicts spanning years or decades, as both sides sought to gain advantages over their opponents. Dragons began adapting their tactics and defenses in response to the evolving techniques of their mortal enemies, leading to an ongoing cycle of innovation and counter-innovation that pushed both sides to ever greater heights of skill and cunning. Some dragons developed grudging respect for the mortals who dared to challenge them, recognizing in their human opponents reflections of their own drive for excellence and achievement. These acknowledgments of mortal worth sometimes led to complex relationships that transcended simple predator-prey dynamics, creating bonds of mutual respect that could persist even through deadly conflicts. The dragon-slaying tradition also produced its share of tragic figures, heroes whose victories came at terrible personal cost, individuals who defeated dragons only to discover that their triumphs had transformed them into something almost as dangerous as the creatures they had slain. The psychological toll of repeatedly facing death in its most magnificent and terrible form sometimes created hunters who became obsessed with their prey, unable to return to normal life after experiencing the ultimate test of mortal courage. The legacy of the great dragon slayers continues to influence the relationship between dragons and mortals to this day, serving as a permanent reminder that power alone does not guarantee victory, and that courage, properly applied, can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Their stories have become foundational myths for numerous cultures, inspiring art, literature, and spiritual traditions that celebrate the potential for mortal achievement in the face of divine-level challenges. And so we see that the dragon slayers represent more than mere warriors who happen to achieve victory against particularly dangerous opponents. They were transformational figures who redefined the relationship between the mighty and the weak, who proved that determination and skill could bridge any gap in raw power, and who established principles of heroic action that continue to inspire those who face overwhelming odds in pursuit of justice and freedom. Their legacy reminds us that true greatness lies not in the power we possess, but in the courage we show when confronting forces that seem beyond our ability to overcome. Chapter 12. The Modern Age Dragons in Contemporary Times. Time is the great transformer of all things, reshaping mountains into valleys, turning empires into memories, and transforming the impossible into the commonplace, through the patient accumulation of countless small changes. As we stand at the threshold of a new age, where magic and technology interweave in ways that would have astounded our ancestors, we find that even dragons, those most ancient and seemingly immutable of beings, have evolved and adapted to meet the challenges of a world that grows more complex with each passing generation. The modern age has brought profound changes to Dragonkind, alterations that speak to their eternal capacity for growth, while raising new questions about their role in a cosmos that continues to unfold in unexpected directions. The contemporary world presents dragons with challenges and opportunities that their ancestors could never have imagined. The rise of new magical technologies, the emergence of powerful mortal institutions capable of coordinating resistance across entire continents, and the development of communication networks that can spread information instantaneously across vast distances, have fundamentally altered the landscape of power that dragons have dominated for millennia. Yet rather than being diminished by these changes, many dragons have proven remarkably adept at adapting their ancient wisdom to serve new purposes and exploit new possibilities. The relationship between dragons and mortal civilization has evolved into something far more complex and nuanced than the simple patterns of domination and resistance that characterized earlier eras. Modern dragons increasingly find themselves serving as advisors, partners, and even employees of mortal institutions that possess resources and capabilities that complement their own ancient strengths. The age of dragons ruling through fear alone has given way to an era where their value lies increasingly in their accumulated wisdom, their unique perspectives on long-term consequences, and their ability to provide continuity across timescales that exceed mortal lifespans. Ancient gold dragons now serve as consultants to universities and research institutions, their millennia of accumulated knowledge proving invaluable for projects that require understanding of historical patterns and long-term cycles. Their ability to remember events from centuries past provides context that no written record can match, while their perspective on the rise and fall of civilizations offers insights that help modern societies avoid repeating the mistakes of their predecessors. Silver dragons have found new purpose in the emerging systems of international law and diplomacy, serving as neutral mediators in conflicts between nations and as guardians of treaties that require enforcement across generations. Natural affinity for justice and their immunity to corruption make them ideal arbiters for disputes that might otherwise escalate into devastating wars, while their longevity ensures that agreements they oversee will be honored, long after their original architects have passed away. Bronze dragons have adapted their traditional role as coastal guardians to meet the challenges of modern maritime commerce and exploration. They work closely with merchant guilds and naval organizations to protect trade routes from piracy and sea monsters, while serving as living repositories of navigational knowledge that spans centuries of oceanic exploration. Their presence has become so integral to maritime safety that many shipping companies consider dragon protection to be as essential as proper insurance. The magical innovations of the modern age have created new opportunities for dragons to employ their natural abilities in ways that serve both their own interests and the broader needs of civilization. Copper dragons have become master artisans and entertainers, using their wit and creativity to produce works of art that combine traditional craftsmanship with magical techniques that no mortal artist could duplicate. Their performances blend humor with profound philosophical insights, creating entertainment that educates while it amuses. Brass dragons have established themselves as the premier scholars and teachers of the age, founding academies where they share their vast accumulations of knowledge with students from across the world. Their natural love of conversation and their patient personalities make them ideal educators for advanced studies that require both broad historical perspective and deep theoretical understanding. Many of the most significant intellectual advances of recent decades have emerged from collaborations between brass dragons and their mortal students. Even chromatic dragons have found ways to channel their natural drives into activities that, while still serving their own ambitions, provide benefits to the broader world. Red dragons have become master strategists and military advisors, their natural understanding of tactics and their fearsome reputations making them valuable allies for nations facing existential threats. Their pride ensures that they will accept only assignments that challenge their abilities, leading them to involve themselves in conflicts where their intervention can determine the fate of entire regions. Blue dragons have proven remarkably adept at adapting to the commercial and political complexities of modern civilization, using their intelligence and patience to build business empires that span continents. Their natural talent for long-term planning, and their immunity to the emotional pressures that often lead mortals to make poor decisions have made them extraordinarily successful in fields that require sustained strategic thinking and careful resource management. Green dragons have found new outlets for their manipulative talents in the emerging fields of diplomacy and intelligence gathering, serving as spy masters and political advisors for organizations that require the kind of subtle influence that only comes from centuries of experience in reading and manipulating mortal psychology. Their networks of contacts and agents now span the globe, providing information and influence that can be purchased by those willing to meet their prices. The gem dragons have emerged as perhaps the most influential figures in the intellectual and spiritual development of modern civilization, their unique perspectives on neutrality and balance proving invaluable for societies struggling to navigate the complex moral and practical challenges of the contemporary world. Crystal dragons serve as mediators and counselors for conflicts that require not just legal resolution, but genuine healing of psychological and spiritual wounds. Emerald dragons have become the foremost authorities on environmental management and conservation, their deep understanding of ecological relationships providing guidance for societies trying to balance industrial development with environmental preservation. Their counsel has become essential for any major development project that might affect natural systems, while their research into the connections between consciousness and environmental health has opened entirely new fields of study. Sapphire dragons have established themselves as the premier experts on urban planning and infrastructure development. Their mastery of earth and stone combined with their understanding of long-term consequences, making them invaluable for cities facing the challenges of rapid growth and technological change. Their designs integrate natural geological features with artificial construction in ways that create urban environments that can adapt and evolve over centuries. Topaz dragons have found their calling as international mediators and cultural exchange facilitators, using their natural neutrality and their ability to understand multiple perspectives simultaneously to bridge differences between civilizations that might otherwise result in conflict. Their work has prevented numerous wars while fostering cultural exchanges that have enriched all participating societies. Amethyst dragons have transcended their traditional role as philosophical observers to become active participants in the great cosmic questions that face all conscious beings. Their research into the fundamental nature of reality and consciousness has produced insights that influence everything from magical theory to ethical philosophy, while their ability to perceive cosmic forces makes them invaluable advisors for civilizations facing threats that operate on scales beyond normal mortal comprehension. The emergence of magical technology has created entirely new categories of collaboration between dragons and mortals, partnerships that combine draconic magical intuition with mortal innovation and systematic thinking. Dragon-designed magical items now incorporate principles of mass production and standardization that allow beneficial magical effects to be distributed far more widely than traditional methods ever permitted. The most significant of these collaborations involve the development of communication networks that allow instant contact across vast distances, transportation systems that can move people and goods between continents in matters of hours, and defensive systems that can protect entire regions from magical threats. These achievements represent the marriage of draconic wisdom with mortal ingenuity, creating capabilities that neither could achieve alone. Perhaps the most profound change in modern dragon society is the emergence of interspecies cooperation on an unprecedented scale. The ancient divisions between metallic, chromatic, and gem dragons have not disappeared, but they have been joined by new alliances based on shared interests and complementary capabilities, rather than purely philosophical alignment. Projects that require the combined expertise of multiple dragon types have created working relationships that would have been unthinkable in earlier eras. These collaborations have produced some of the most remarkable achievements of the modern age, from magical research projects that explore the fundamental nature of reality to engineering marvels that reshape entire landscapes for the benefit of all inhabitants. The pooling of draconic knowledge and capabilities across traditional boundaries has accelerated the pace of discovery and innovation in ways that benefit not just dragons, but all conscious beings. The modern age has also seen the emergence of new threats that require draconic involvement for their resolution. Extraplanar incursions, magical disasters that threaten entire regions, and the awakening of ancient evils that predate recorded history have created crises that can only be addressed through the combined efforts of dragons and mortals working in unprecedented cooperation. These challenges have demonstrated that the old patterns of competition and conflict between dragons and the younger races are not just outdated, but actively counterproductive in the face of threats that transcend species boundaries. The survival of civilization itself may depend on the ability of all conscious beings to work together, pooling their strengths while covering each other's weaknesses. The cultural impact of these changes extends far beyond the practical benefits of dragon-mortal cooperation to encompass fundamental shifts in how both species view themselves and their place in the cosmic order. Dragons have discovered that sharing their knowledge and wisdom enhances rather than diminishes their own understanding, while mortals have learned that their greatest achievements come not from defeating dragons, but from learning to work alongside them as partners in the great project of advancing civilization. The stories and legends that emerge from this new age reflect these changed relationships, featuring heroes whose greatest accomplishments come through cooperation and understanding rather than conquest and domination. The dragon slayers of old are remembered with respect, but the new legends celebrate dragon friends, individuals whose ability to bridge the gap between species has created possibilities that neither could achieve alone. Educational institutions now teach draconic studies as to steel preparation for careers in diplomacy, magical research, and international commerce, while dragons increasingly view interaction with mortals as opportunities for personal growth and intellectual stimulation, rather than mere amusement or exploitation. This mutual enrichment has created positive feedback loops that accelerate the pace of progress for all involved. The environmental challenges of the modern age have created new opportunities for dragons to fulfill their ancient role as guardians and protectors, while adapting to contemporary needs. Climate change, magical pollution, and the side effects of rapid technological development require interventions that operate on timescales and geographic scales that only dragons can effectively address. Many dragons have found new purpose in serving as environmental monitors and protective agents, using their longevity and magical abilities to track changes that occur too slowly for mortal observation, while implementing solutions that require sustained effort across multiple generations. Their work has become essential for maintaining the ecological balance necessary for continued civilization. As we contemplate the future that awaits Dragonkind and the younger races, we see endless possibilities for continued evolution and growth. The patterns established in this modern age suggest that the greatest achievements lie not in the triumph of any single species or philosophy, but in the continued development of cooperation and understanding between all forms of conscious life. The dragons of the future may bear little resemblance to their ancient ancestors, not because they will have lost their essential nature, but because they will have discovered new ways to express their fundamental drives for excellence, knowledge, and achievement within contexts that serve the broader cosmic good. Their evolution mirrors our own potential for growth, reminding us that true greatness lies not in clinging to old patterns, but in adapting eternal principles to meet new challenges and embrace new opportunities. And so we see that the modern age represents not the twilight of dragon influence, but its transformation into something more sophisticated and ultimately more powerful than mere dominance or destruction. In learning to work with rather than against the forces of change, dragons have discovered forms of immortality that transcend mere physical survival to encompass the preservation and advancement of wisdom, knowledge, and consciousness itself. Their legacy will endure, not in the fear they once inspired, but in the wonders they helped create, and the wisdom they continue to share with all who seek to understand the deeper mysteries of existence.